IPEM has not only established this legacy, but under the aegis of Trust Educational Society, it has nurtured and cultivated the raw talents of the students in management, IT, education, and law, and has given the society the leaders and the change makers in their respective domains. At IPM, we envision a world where your future comes first. IPEM Law Academy, being the sister education institution, is approved by Bar Council of India and affiliated to Chaudhry Charan Singh University that offers Masters in Law, Bachelors in Law, and BA LLB and BCom LLB integrated programs. And now, to mark an auspicious beginning and invoke positive energy, I request our esteemed dignitary to join us for the lamp lighting ceremony. Let us light today's knowledge exchange. So, now, please.
Please, आइए.
With this beautiful start, it is now the time for the official welcome. I feel honored to invite Dr. Poonama Chaudhary, Head of the Department of IPEM Law Academy, to provide the welcome address and set the tone for the day. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable guests, respected speakers, esteemed academicians, delegates, students, participants, and distinguished colleagues. It is my profound honor and privilege to welcome you all to the 6th International Conference on Law and Technology, Ethics, Regulation, and Innovation, hosted by IPM Law Academy in collaboration with Uttara University, Dhaka, Bangladesh, and RV University, Bangalore. We are gathered today to explore the critical insertion of law, technology, ethics, and innovation, a theme that is increasingly relevant in our rapidly evolving digital world. Today's session promises insightful discussion, diverse perspectives, and thought-provoking ideas that will help shape the future of technology, regulation, and ethical practices. Over the course of today's conference, we will have the opportunity to listen to insightful keynote addresses, participate in technical sessions, and engage in discussions that challenge our thinking and expand our understanding. We will also hear from renowned scholars and experts from various corners of the world, providing a diverse range of perspectives on these crucial issues. Our gathering today is not only an opportunity to discuss ideas, but also to build bridge of collaboration and understanding across borders and to explore how we as a global community can we navigate the challenges posed by the evolving relationship between law and technology. This exchange of idea is essential as we collectively work towards fostering ethical practices and effective regulatory frameworks that can support innovation in the digital age. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to all our esteemed guests, especially our keynote speakers and session chairs for taking time out of their busy schedules to join us today. As I also want to express our gratitude to the team of IPM Law Academy for their hard work and dedication in organizing this conference, and to all of you for your participation and commitment to advancing knowledge in this critical field. Let us make the most of this opportunity to share our experiences, learn from one another, and contribute to the ongoing dialogue that will shape the future of law and technology. With that, I declare the 6th International Conference on Law and Technology, Ethics, Regulation, and Innovation officially open. Let us embark on a day of productive discussion, collaboration, and knowledge sharing. Thank you, and I look forward to an engaging and successful conference.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the blessings for the day ahead. We now move forward with a great enthusiasm as we invite our first guest of honor, Professor Victor A. Mashin, representing the prestigious Tutankamon Moscow State Law University, Russia. Professor Victor Mashin is a preeminent authority in Russian and international tax laws, seamlessly blending high-level academic leadership with a live professional practice. With over 25 years of experience, he formerly headed the Russian tax practice at the international law firm Linklater. Academically, Sir is a distinguished professor at Tutankamon Law University, where he directs the International Tax Law Masters program and heads the International Indian Law Center. Consistently top-ranked by the legal directories like Chambers, he is a prolific author, sought-after speaker, and trusted advisor, evidenced by his membership on a large taxpayers committee of the Federal Tax Service of India, of Russia. Sir, we request you to kindly enlighten us with your inaugural say. The virtual stage is all yours.
Hello, everyone. I hope that you hear and see me well. Many thanks for the organizers, for the IPM Law Academy, for inviting me to join this conference. And I represent the largest Russian law institution preparing lawyers. We have about 20,000 students in our university. And I and my team of some Russian law professors, we are thinking about developing relationship with Indian colleagues. And recently we visited India, and we had great welcome at the Indian Law Institute, University of Delhi, Supreme Court, some other universities. And we are doing regular visits because we feel that both countries, India and Russia, they are big civilizations, and we are very technological countries. And now we have new stage for our development in different areas in politics, technology, and I think in education, in law education, and science as well. So we are trying to make our visit regular events. And when we visited Indian colleagues, all the time we quickly turn to this particular topic, law and technology, because it is really it is really a priority for all of us. Our countries are responsible not just for technologies, but also for developing proper legal rules about this. And both countries intensively discuss these issues. So we need to do something at our national level. We need to do something in respect of our bilateral relationship. Also, we are active both in international platforms like BRICS, like United Nations. We are able to do a lot in this development. We have very good scholars, we have very good experts, and many of experts, they have great experience in this. My generation can look at these technology issues from perspective of almost 30 years. And when I started my law career, there were no computers, no mobiles, even no pagers. But when I'm looking into this, I say, okay, we survived this. And now even my mom is using electronic devices and nothing happens. So all these things work. And for us nowadays, the task is just to find the proper place for law. Innovations are quick. Law is conservative. How to mix, how to do with all these things? We have new technologies now, and on one hand, we should react on them and to find this proper law reaction. At the same time, we as lawyers, as law professors, we have new instruments and we can exchange of ideas very quickly. We can share our experience very quickly. This never existed in the past. So both technology and law now is more intensive, and our students probably will have more intensive life when they start to work. It's good that IPM 5 years ago started this conference, and probably dynamic of this conference also might demonstrate change in some detailed topics and demonstrate progress, not just innovations, but also in law. I'm sure that there will be great opportunities at the conference to share experience, to face new people. Hope that one day I and my colleague will join this conference physically, not distantly. I wish good conference, and please spend these 2 days with fruitful discussions. Unfortunately, I'm 1,000 kilometers from you, but I promise to be back. Many thanks.
Professor Dr. Gurujit Singh, a distinguished academician from GGSIT University, Delhi. Sir, the virtual stage is all yours for keynote address.
Okay. Should I start?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, respected, distinguished scholars, faculty, and students, and IPM Law Academy for organizing this conference. The topic of this conference is very important. In fact, there are plenty of issues which are hidden under this particular concept: law and technology, ethics, regulation, and innovations. It's very difficult to summarize it in 5 or 10 minutes, but fine. I have very selectively, we'll be talking some issues, and I hope the coming 2 days, particularly today and tomorrow, will be very, the scholars will deliberate very, fruitfully on many issues. of law and technology. Now, the issue is basically ethics, regulation, and innovations. I think both these three issues are very much interrelated. Though from jurisprudential point of view, if you see, there is a much discussion on this particular issue that whether ethics comes first or regulation comes first. But in total, you will find that, ethics seems to be like the foundation of law. But at the same time, you will find that law promotes and shape ethics. So there are there are various examples around you where you will find this interlink. So therefore, the relationship between the law and ethics is reciprocal, in fact cyclical, and they are constantly interacting in between to shape a proper regulation or proper ethics with regard to a particular issue. Now, what will be the nature of this ethic or the law has a direct impact on the innovations also. Because if you make the law very strict, or if you create a ethic which is very conservative, then definitely innovations may not be happening the way it might be happening in a free society. So, for example, the example is there very much from the Indian context. If you look into the intellectual property right, in particular Indian Patent Act, you will find that this act initially in 1950s, when the government wanted to have a Indian Patent Act of Indian origin, so they set up Iyengar Commission report. And you will find that Iyengar Commission report promoted that the patent should be, India should recognize process as well as product patent with regard to pharmaceutical, drugs. And see, from that time onward, when it was adopted in the Indian Act, and see how the Indian pharmaceutical sector in particular progressed. At one point of time, somewhere in 1991, I always tell it to my student that in 1991, the situation was, why I'm talking about 1991, because that was the time when we know that from government perspective, we selected a new finance policy, that is liberalization, globalization, and privatization, so LPG. And why we were supposed to change to this LPG, it was all of a sudden because our economy was in very, very bad shape. But at the same time, in the same year, there was a report which says that out of 10 multinational companies in the world, 3 multinational companies of pharmaceuticals are in India. So that was the strength of pharmaceutical industry at that point of time due to a flexible approach with regard to Indian patent law. So that is the kind of link between the ethics and the law with regard to the innovation. So if you have flexible, if you have a very balanced approach, then there are chances that the innovation will go up and so on. So there has to be a proper balance, which is very important. And because every state has a different socio-political and economic realities, so obviously they differ to some extent. But then there should be some universal ethics. There should be some universal, rules and regulation with regard to some issues. Now, plenty of things are happening with regard to law and technology at this point of time around you. Now, I will highlight only one particular instance, which is very important from my perspective, because it gives a new, it opens up that how a technology can affect human beings and how technology is going to shape our behavior in the coming days to come, in the future. And the example is of somewhere around 2022-23. And it is with regard to the climate, summit, COP27. And there is an instance that in COP27, a South Pacific island nation, Tuvalu, participated and deliberated their concern to the world. So they addressed COP27. Their Foreign Affairs Minister, Mr. Simon, addressed the COP gathering 27, COP27 gathering, and declared a very important news. They're planning, and they said that see, due to climate change, the temperature is rising, and our island is going to be submerged in the coming day to come if the world doesn't unanimously decides and apply the rules and regulations, try to control this temperature, then definitely in the coming days we are going to submerge in the sea. And therefore we are dispersing around the world wherever we are finding the shelter. But what we have planned that though we are dispersing, but we are going to create a a state in metaverse, and we will create prototype of each and every individuals of Tuvalu, and we will create the prototype of the their home, their language, their culture, and they will keep it there, so that even if their place is no more physically in this particular world, then also they will get connected and they will remain connected throughout the life, and they will create a state in metaverse. Now this particular fact, or this particular announcement in the world gathering is a very prominent one. It opens many new it opens up a new way of looking into the law and technology, or it you can understand how technology is beneficiary, or how technology can be used in the future. Though there are critical points with regard to this particular statement, that's a different issue. But making this statement or thinking about this particular option itself is is very important to understand that, see, maybe or tomorrow it may going to happen in that particular way. And at that point of time, your traditional rules, which you have created for this physical world, how that will be, more suitable for this cyber world or metaverse world. So therefore, there are plenty of things which are happening around you at this point of time, and looking from this particular point of theme, I think every other issue of technology is can be deliberated here. And at this point of time, if you look into the AI, I think AI is everywhere. There is no area left where AI cannot get involved and make a tremendous change the way we look into the things. Fine. So I hope in today and tomorrow the scholars will find and come out with a very good discussion on this on the various issues of ethics, regulation, and innovations. I wish best of luck for the institute and the scholars. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. That was not only just a keynote address, but an informative session for us. Thank you so much once again. So we continue our momentum with the another inspiring personality, Dr. Syed Sadiq, UN Women's representative in Kyrgyzstan. Dr. Syed Sadiq joined UN Women Kyrgyzstan country office as a representative in December 2024. Mr. Syed has been working with UN Women since inception and since held the position of Deputy Regional Program Director in the Southern African Regional Office, Country Representative in Iraq, Deputy Country Director of Afghanistan, Regional Program Manager for Ending Violence Against Women and Girls at UN Women East and Southern Africa Regional Office, and has led the EU-funded Spotlight Initiative stream in the region and most recently served as an head of UN Women Office in Somalia. Mr. Sayyed is an exponent of the coordination responses approaches CRA in the addressing GBV in 1997 and received awards as an international and national level for the contribution to the women's right. Sir, the virtual stage is all yours. We look forward for hearing the valuable keynote address from your side.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Distinguished organizers, esteemed colleagues, honored guests, faculty members, and students especially, I would like to acknowledge Professor Dr. Sugandha Goyal, Dr. Purnima Chaudhary, Professor Victor Michelet, Professor Gurjit Singh, Professor Saida Afroza Zeri, and my own colleague and dear friend, Professor V.K. Ahuja, Dr. Shashank Chaudhary, and Dr. Yogesh Gupta, who has played an important role in my participation today, and distinguished faculty, honored guests, and students. A very good morning to you all. And it is an honor to join the 6th International Conference on Law and Technology, Ethics, Regulation, Innovation, which is very timely. And I salute and appreciate the IPEM Law Academy in collaboration with partners in India and the region for organizing this very important conference. Bringing together legal scholars, practitioners, and technologists and students in this movement of rapid digital transformation is both timely and necessary. Before I begin, I wish to also clarify that my today's participation is very personal level, and also the interpretation and recommendations I will share today are those of myself and do not necessarily reflect the organization. Today I will focus on critical issue that sits at the intersection of your conference theme and my own mandate: technology facilitated violence against women and girls, the digital violence. Digital violence, what it is and why it matters. Needless to say, we are all scholars, we are aware of it. But just I would like to highlight the UN definition of digital violence, that defines as facilitated violence against women and girls as any act committed, assisted, aggravated, or amplified through digital tools that results in or is likely to result in physical, sexual, psychosocial, psychological, political, or economic harm or other infringements of rights and freedoms. This violence takes many forms. If we ask in the conference audience, those online and offline, most of them will raise their hand and say that we were subject to digital violence of one of the forms that I highlighted in their lifetime. Cyber stalking and harassment, non-consensual image sharing, and deep fake abuse, doxing, impersonation, hate speech, and coordinated disinformation aimed at silencing women's voices. Global data suggests that between 16 and 58% of women have experienced some form of digital violence, with girls often first encountering online harassment in their mid-teens. Isn't it not concerning? That's the reason I said this conference is very timely. What begins online rarely stays online. Threats migrate into physical spaces, reputations are destroyed, mental health is affected, livelihoods are lost, and women withdraw from public and digital life. How concerning it is. The magnitude and impact, evidence from South Asia, with special reference to India. Across South Asia, research indicates that digital violence against women and girls is widespread, affecting their safety, mental well-being, and participation in public life. In India, multiple studies and official data sources show the scale and persistence of the problem. The National Crime Records Bureau documented 118% increase in online crimes against women between 2020 and 2024, driven largely by complaints of cyber stalking, non-consensual image sharing, impersonation, and deepfake enabled abuse. I have some more data from UNESCO and other organizations, which I will be sharing the paper. For the time constraints, I will be moving on. The Indian laws also, there are good practices. As my previous speaker alluded, the technology is growing rapidly. While the legislation, it has its own pace. It takes time to come in. And legislation also regulates sometimes maybe, and it may lead towards maybe, discouraging innovations and all. But at the same time, we need to have regulations. We need to have laws. I remember we did a study in Africa Among the 54 countries we researched, only 36 have some or the other form of law relating to digital violence or cyber technology or cyberspace. So this shows that the technology is growing rapidly, and we also need to align ourselves with that rapid developments and changes. So we do have in place criminal laws as well as the Information Technology Act of 2000. The Information Technology guidelines were also formulated in 2021. So these were all there. But ethics, regulation, innovation, it is a really important title that you have come up with. Really, I appreciate the university for coming up with this kind of focus. The theme for this conference rightly brings together ethics, regulation, and innovation. In the context of digital violence, these cannot be pursued in isolation. Ethical principles grounded in dignity, equality, and non-discrimination should guide how technologies, including artificial intelligence, are designed, deployed, and governed. This is not a new area. While I used to be with the National Commission for Women, Government of India, there were complaints way back in 1994, 1995 about morphing of images. Some obscene images with pictures of film stars appeared into leading magazines and newspapers, and that resulted into cases into Press Council of India and other places. So this is not a new area. If you also Google, you will find UNESCO publication way back some 15 years ago talking about these technologies and also the measures that need to be taken for protection of especially students and also those in the academic field. The regulation must responsive and proportionate, closing gaps that allow abuse to flourish while safeguarding fundamental rights and due processes. Innovation in turn should be harnessed to build safer digital ecosystems through better reporting tools, secured by design platforms, privacy-preserving technologies, and so on. And this year's milestone, if you may have had and you may have participated in this year's themes, that is this year we are also commemorating 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, which has come up with 12 critical areas in 1995 and 1985. We also have the 25th year of the Women, Peace and Security Agenda. This year's theme for the 60 days of activism, which concluded on the 10th December, and we commemorated 16 days from 25th November to 10th December 2025, focused very much on ending digital violence against all women and girls, underlining that safety and equality must extend to everyone. So now coming to educational institutions and the role of youth, which is very significant, and this conference really has a number of educationists and youth that are present in the room. So youth and education institutions occupy a central place in shaping the future landscape of law, technology, ethics, and innovation. As the earlier adopters of digital tools and the largest demographic navigating online environments, young people not only experience the benefits and risk of technology firsthand, but also influence emerging norms and behaviors. Universities and law schools in turn serve as incubators for ethical thinking, interdisciplinary problem solving, and responsible innovation through legislation, policy, and mechanisms. So we need to engage the students to undertake research on these emerging areas so that they can come and highlight the legislation part and the gaps, if any, and also contribute towards legislative and policy development, but also to institutional mechanism and strengthening. By design principles and also social implications of technology, the educational institutions can foster a generation of professionals who approach digital transformation with integrity, empathy, and accountability. In doing so, youth and academic communities become powerful drivers of safer, more inclusive, and rights-based digital ecosystem. What are the key priorities going forward? I've been researching for the couple of weeks, and also drawing on UNUMED's analysis and experiences of many countries, including Asia, the regions in Asia, and several priorities stand out. First is close the legal and protection gaps. There does exist gaps because technology is growing rapidly. We need to ensure that all forms of digital violence, cyber stalking, doxing, non-consensual image sharing, deepfake abuse, and online threats are clearly covered in law, and that penalties and procedures reflect the seriousness and cross-border nature of these offenses. Many a times the youth, they don't realize what they are doing. They don't realize that it is against the law. They don't realize that it is against the ethics. So they just, they are youth, they are proactive, and they send the messages. And that may lead towards legal complications, but it will be too late for them to understand. And secondly, strengthen enforcement and survivor-centered responses. Invest in the capacities of police, prosecutors, cybercrime units, and the judiciary to handle digital evidence and to respond in ways that are gender sensitive, timely, and respectful of survivors' dignity, like reporting portals and helplines to real effective remedies. Thirdly, enhance platform accountability. Translate regulatory obligations into practice through transparent content moderation process, meaningful grievance redressal, due process safeguards. Fourthly, invest in prevention, literacy, and norm change. Ignorance of law is no excuse. So we need to expand digital literacy programs, particularly for adolescent young women, while engaging men and boys as allies in rejecting online misogyny. Use education, media, and community engagement to challenge the patriarchal norms that fuel both offline and online abuse. Protect women in public life. Provide tailored support and protection for women in politics, journalism, civil society, and peace building who are targeted by coordinated campaigns of digital violence so that their leadership is enabled rather than silenced. In closing, to conclude, digital spaces are now central to how we learn, work, organize, advocate, and lead. We all use digital technologies. Most of us use smartphones. There must also be spaces where rights are respected, voices are heard, and diversity is valued. Ending technology-facilitated violence against women and girls is thus not only a matter of individual safety, it is about the kind of societies we choose to build. As we reflect on the 16 days of activism, which ended day before yesterday, Beijing Plus 30 and 25th anniversary of the Women, Peace and Security Agenda, I am encouraged by the commitment demonstrated in forums such as this conference. By aligning ethical principles, smart regulation, and human-centered innovation, we can ensure that the digital revolution advances equality rather than undermining it. Once again, I thank the organizers and I commend them for organizing this conference and also inviting me to deliver keynote address. Once again, great appreciation to all. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for the valuable insights. Now, with equal enthusiasm, we welcome Professor Dr. Sayyeda Afroza Zareen, Dean, School of Arts and Social Sciences, Uttara University, Dhaka. Dr. Sayyeda Afroza Zareen is a dedicated legal academician with over 20 years of experience across prestigious Bangladeshi universities, including American International University, Bangladesh. Dr. Zareen is an accomplished scholar, authoring books on mineral laws and specific relief, contributing chapters to the numerous publications and publishing articles in both national and international Scopus Index journals. Her scholarly profile is complemented by the active participation in national and international conferences, reflecting her commitment to the advancing legal discourse. Ma'am, please inspire us with the keynote address. Ma'am, the mic is off. May I request you to turn on the mic, please?
will hit. Want to
Ma'am, you're audible, but there's a glitch at your side. And there may be some network issue. Ma'am, we request you to kindly rejoin because there is a hindrance in the voice.
hello, morning. Hello, morning. All. Mr. Samuel.
Audible.
Am I audible to you all?
Yes, ma'am, wonderful. Wonderful.
Okay, I'm so sorry. There was some net problem. However, a distinguished delegates, esteemed colleagues, and honored guests, I first of all would like to convey my heartfelt thanks and gratitude to you all for giving me the opportunity to be here to do the keynote address. I would like to convey my heartfelt thanks to the organizing team, especially the IPM Law Academy, as well as I would like to convey my congratulations to all the keynote speaker and all the speaker and organizers here. So first of all, I just would like to tell you that we meet at a very pivotal moment in global history. And technology is rapidly reshaping markets, institutions, and human identity. And this intersection of law, technology, ethics, and innovation will define our future. There is no, that doubt about particular point. So technology now evolves faster than laws, institution, and ethics. And the key emerging technologies includes the AI, the artificial intelligence, biotechnology, autonomous systems, quantum computing, digital platforms, and etc. So these things are bringing extraordinary opportunities in one hand, on the other, creating, that good number of significant risk. So if we would like to give a look at the opportunities, then we can see that accelerated medical breakthroughs, solutions for climate challenges, expanded access to justice, and more inclusive opportunities are the opportunities which are creating for due to the technology as well as the innovation. But there are some risk factors like algorithmic biasness, data exploitation, cybersecurity threats, as our previous scholars were saying about these issues, misinformation, and erosion of public trust. So now I would like to give a very special focus on the nexus between the law and technology. Actually, we cannot in any way deny the relation between the law and technology. They are interrelated to each other, and it is increasingly vital as rapid technological advancement reshaping our society, economy, and governance. True that legal frameworks must evolve to address these challenges, which are posing by innovations such as artificial intelligence, data privacy, cybersecurity, and digital transactions. Technology influences how laws are created, interpreted, and enforced. While laws regulate technological development to protect the individual rights and public interest, here we can see that due to the technology, like the Google, for an example, whenever we are using the Google search, we are inputting a lot of information about ourselves, which could be abused and misused. And thus, technology influences how laws are created, interpreted, and enforced, while laws regulate technological development to protect individual rights and public interest. This dynamic interplay actually requires a continuous adaptation to balance innovation with ethical considerations, consumer protection, and social justice. And in this particular matter, legal professionals and policymakers must understand the technological complexities so that they can craft the responsive regulations, ensuring that technology serves as a force for good without compromising the fundamental rights or aggravating the inequalities. Because if we exclude the marginalized people, or if we actually don't consider them, then it may create a lot of unfairness and inequalities. And this evolving relationship highlight law's crucial role in guiding the responsible technological progress in a digital area. So the way there is an interrelation between law and technology, the same way there is a relation between ethics, technology, and law. So ethics provides the moral principles that underpin both innovation and law, guiding what societies deem permissible in pursuit of progress. On the other hand, it addresses dilemmas like equality and human dignity, influencing the legal standards for innovative practices. So it serves as the moral compass guiding the technological innovation. Ethics actually can ensure the advancement as well as prioritize the human well-being over unchecked progress. We need the progress, we need the innovation. We cannot ignore it, but we'll have to make the balance. So innovations like AI and biotechnology raise dilemmas around privacy, bias, autonomy, and demanding ethical frameworks to mitigate harm. Technology accelerates the innovation, there is no doubt, but amplifies the ethical risk, such as algorithmic discrimination or surveillance overreach. Ethical considerations influence technology design through principles like transparency and accountability. The users and the creators of the technologies need to be transparent and accountable to foster the trust and sustainable development. So, ethics is actually not an option, it is essential. And ethics must be embedded from design onward, not retrofitted later. And here, the key considerations are human agency in automation, fairness and transparency, privacy and dignity in data use, safety and accountability, equity and inclusion. So, law does have a very important role regarding this particular field, as it can translate the ethical imperatives into enforceable rules, regulating innovation to prevent the harm from unchecked advancement, such as in genetic editing or autonomous weapons. And ethical breaches often prompt legal reforms, ensuring the accountability and public trust. Likewise, we need such types of legal frameworks that are agile, anticipatory, and globally coherent, because there is no way to deny that the traditional regulation is too slow. If we would like to ensure the adoption of effective regulation, then it must be technology neutral. So altogether, what we can say that we should use a risk-based approach and must ensure accountability for high-risk system. Side by side, it is essential to encourage the transparency and explain the ability to foster the support system of international harmonization. As very recently, we can see that throughout the whole world, United Nations and so many organizations are taking initiative to create the laws so that they can make the balance between the law, technology, and innovation. And for innovators, responsibility is a strategic advantage, which includes the ethical design from the start. So technology is global, governance must be too. We need international AI and data protection standards, shared research ecosystems, cross-border regulatory cooperation, capacity building for developing nations, and inclusive global dialogue. Technology must enhance human well-being, and therefore, innovation should protect human dignity, human rights, community resilience, equality of opportunity. In fact, our goal is to ensure that systems are not only intelligent, but also wise. So we can say that new laws can serve as a pathway to inclusive and ethical AI by ensuring fairness, transparency, accountability, and public participation. They turn moral principles into enforceable obligations, helping society enjoy AI's benefit while minimizing harm and inequality. This is true that AI is making a lot of contributions, but if we start to use it in an inhuman way, in an unethical way, then from the technology and innovation, we cannot be benefited. So we stand at a very defining moment. Let us choose a future where ethics guide the innovation, law fosters the trust and clarity, and technology strengthens the justice and democracy global through the global cooperation to ensure the shared progress. I think this is high time to ensure a future where technology remains profoundly human. And for that, if we need to make a nexus between the law and technology, innovation and ethics, we'll have to go for that. So I'd like to thank you all once again for this particular opportunity. And before that, I'd like to wish you all the best for the next 2 days program. Congratulations, IPM Law Academy and all the organizers. Best of luck for all. Thank you so very much. Many, many thanks.
So much, ma'am, for such a wonderful session and words full of guidance. And yes, I must say that the protection standards really needs to be modified and not improved.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, the time comes that was the most awaited. We are honored to have with us our chief guest, respected Professor Dr. Indian Law Institute, New Delhi. Professor V.K. Ahuja is a leading figure in the Indian legal academia and administration with 30 years of distinguished experience. His significant leadership roles include serving as Vice Chancellor of LLU, Assam, and Joint Director of Delhi School of Public Policy and Governance. As a prolific scholar, Professor Ahuja has authored 5 books on intellectual property rights, international law, and mediation, primarily with the top publisher LexisNexis, including the notable Halsbury Annotated Statutes of India. He has also published 50 articles and numerous book chapters. His expertise in nationally sought-after evidence by his membership on the key UGC and NAC committees shaping legal education policy and his role as a regional coordinator for the class. Sir, we are eagerly awaiting for your words of wisdom.
Thank you very much. Professor Sugandha Goyal, I'm audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Thank you. Professor Sugandha Goyal, Professor Victor, Professor Gurjeet, my friend Dr. Saeed Sadiq, Professor Saida Afroja, Dr. Shashant, Dr. Purnima, my friend Yogesh Gupta, who was in touch with me for so many days, respected teachers, dear students and participants, a very good morning. The theme, of course, is very relevant. and it is going to touch upon the aspects of ethics and regulations of the technology, which is the need of the hour. A lot of things have already been spoken by previous speakers. There is hardly anything, which has been left, but still I'll just make a few comments. Technology is fast changing. Every day we are reading something new about the various uses of artificial intelligence. We get to know something new about metaverse, which Professor Gurjeet had already spoken about. Then NFTs, blockchain, and there are many other technology, the digital platform, etc. Now, it goes without saying that technology has made our lives very easy and provided us enormous opportunities in every walk of life, be it health, be it transportation, be it communication, education, aviation, defense, space, whatever the field is, you will find the presence of artificial intelligence there. At the same time, it is equally true that these technologies have posed significant challenges before us. I was just listening to my previous speaker from Bangladesh, Madam Afroja. She had pinpointed the various challenges which the humanity is facing throughout the world from these technologies, particularly the unregulated uses of the technology. Today, we face issues with respect to privacy, employment, surveillance, dignity, particularly in case of deepfakes, IPR infringement, where the algorithms are being trained on the copyrighted contents, then the issues of authorship in copyright and the issue of inventorship in the patents, etc. Then fake news, which corrupts our mind, which encourages us to take a wrong decision, which changes our decisional power, which tries to manipulate the elections also. Irresponsible uses of AI in education, like for example, the plagiarism, the way the AI generated contents are being created by students and are being submitted as their project and assignments. Then wrong guidance provided by artificial intelligence. You might have read the news is that some people, particularly the youngsters, they committed suicide when the wrong guidance was given by the AI. In one of the cases, the AI, the person was in depression and he asked certain questions to the chat GPT. And finally, the answer given by the chat GPT was that you are a hopeless person, so better commit suicide. And that is what he did. Then fixing the liability in cases of AI related matters, so on and so forth. So there are so many issues that we have to think about. Now, friends, Geoffrey Hinton, who was winner of Nobel Peace Prize for Physics in the year 2024, and who is also known as the father of AI, he quit his job at the Google. Now, he said that AI is becoming more intelligent than human beings. The same thing, of course, had already been stated by Stephen Hawking, and the people might not have agreed to him, when he made that statement. Now he's no more. So I think that statement was made sometimes in 90s or so. The Hinton also said that we have developed learning algorithm. Now, when these learning algorithm interact with data, which is huge, it produces very complex things. We are not able to know what exactly the AI is doing. And he was of the opinion that AI systems are writing their own computer codes. They are modifying themselves, and it becomes extremely difficult to find out as to what exactly they are going to do. The unfortunate part is that they are becoming conscious about themselves, about their powers. They are taking decisions at their own. They are bypassing the directions of the human handlers. Now, this is something which is very dangerous because we do not know what exactly is going in the minds of the robots and those which are, operated by the artificial intelligence. There were some interesting news which some of you might have come across. There was one news where the robot committed suicide by referring to the work pressure that it could not handle. It committed suicide. Just think about it, a machine committing suicide, citing the work pressure as a reason. In another incident, which was quite funny, where an engineer told the robot who was handling that robot that he was going to pull out the power plug, and the robot immediately threatened him to reveal his extramarital relations to the world. Now, see the extent to which AI had gone. Look at the potential of the AI, and therefore it really makes us scared, if we do not regulate their uses. Professor Gurjeet was talking about metaverse. Now, metaverse is made of the two words meta plus universe. So that becomes metaverse. A metaverse is a virtual world, a cyber world basically, in which users interact while being represented by their avatars, typically in a 3D displays. Sorry. Now the avatars interact in a manner as the human beings do. The only difference is that in place of a real world, there is a virtual world, and in place of human beings, there are avatars of the human beings who are present there. The interesting thing is that you can conduct meetings, you can socialize, you can transact in the metaverse like the real world. It has given a great experience to the human being, something, which was unthinkable. Now, again, the problem comes. When I was listening to Dr. Saeed Sadiq, what Syed Sadiq had pointed out, he was talking about the digital harassment of the women. And this is what exactly had happened in the metaverse also. Now, there was an avatar of a girl in the metaverse who was molested by the avatars of some people who were also there in the metaverse. Now, this incident, though it did not happen physically, but it might have left lot of psychological impact on the mind of that girl, and it can bring a lot of psychological impact on the mind of all of us who are willing to be present in the metaverse or to deal in the metaverse. The question is, which law will apply here? Now, there were other incidents of infringement of intellectual property in metaverse also. The way the technology is expanding, the way a lot of things are like augmenting, in the technological field, every day a new challenge comes before the law and policymakers. Well, friends, we need to have a legal mechanism to prevent the misuses of such platforms. We cannot rule out the uses of new technology. Madam Afroza was very right. It had already entered into our lives. It had already provided us so much of opportunities, particularly in the health sector, where AI is capable of making accurate prediction about your health, after how many years you are likely to get a heart attack, or when you can suffer with cancer, or what problem you can suffer with. So it can make accurate prediction, and the kind of investigation, the traditional investigation, which may give you a result in several days, so the same result may be given by artificial intelligence in few minutes. Now that is remarkable. There is absolutely no doubt about it, and therefore we cannot rule out the uses of the new technologies. But then the problem is that how to deal with the challenges which come along with these opportunities. Now, what is most important is to regulate the technology and to make the responsible uses of it. Dr. Syed Sadiq was pointing out, sometimes what happens is that when we are dealing with the technology, we cross our limits. And we are all human beings. We believe in, experimenting with the things, we believe in making a lot of experiment. And when we do that, sometimes, we start using technology in the negative sense. So obviously, when you are using it for negative purposes, so it will bring the negative results or the undesired results. And this is how where we cross our lines. And of course, we commit something which is completely undesirable, completely unwarranted, or it may be an offense also. So friends, law and technology must run parallel to each other. Now that again had already been spoken by Dr. Sadiq, law takes a lot of time, and this is absolutely correct. Even till today, if you just look at the regulation of AI, EU has come out with the AI Act. But if you look at the other nations, they did not come out with very effective legislative mechanism to control the AI. Of course, some of the countries have brought some guidelines. And in India also, we had made an effort where the MeitY has brought out the guidelines, the draft guidelines for intermediaries, particularly in the deepfake cases. But these are simply draft guidelines, not enforceable as of now. So friends, if the technology is not regulated, as I told you, it is going to bring undesirable results, and it is already happening in the contemporary times. Now, there is a tendency in the human being, as I told you, to experiment with the technology. And that there, we have to show our responsible behavior. There is nothing wrong with experimenting with the technology, but we should be mindful as to what exactly we are going to do with that. Deepfake was not a bad thing as such, like if you are making deepfake of some great personality, a person who is no more, a person who was, known as a very great leader of a particular country. If you are just making a deepfake, in the positive sense, where it gives you like an experience as if that person is alive and is speaking, and he's speaking with in the same manner as he used to speak when he was alive. Or if there is a singer, who is no more, and you make the deep fake where that singer is singing, as he or she used to sing, when that person was alive. So that is okay. But when you make deep fakes where you bring in obscenity, where you try to, target the dignity of a person, now that is something which is very bad. So therefore, what I'm just saying is that experiment with the technology, but do that in a responsible manner. Now, some people, they cross all the lines. Few years back, now I think it would be around a decade, almost a decade or so, an app was launched. And that app was such that it could remove the clothes from the body of a person in a particular picture. You click a picture of a person and it will shed the clothes, Now, imagine what kind of, experiments are being done by the people. And when there was a lot of hue and cry, suppose a woman is walking on the road, you click a picture and you do this mischief, Obviously, this will create a lot of problems. So there was a lot of hue and cry, and ultimately that app was withdrawn, and the subscribers were like refunded their money. So we have to be mindful about that, and we should also keep in mind that law alone is not going to resolve this issue. That we have to be very mindful. We cannot go and prosecute each and every person. There would be some people, I mean, who had experimented in an innocent manner, but crossed the line, and of course, they did not have that kind of a malified intention. So therefore, we have to come out with some sort of guidelines, with a set of ethics also. The guidelines, which each one of us should feel that we should be bound by it, which regulate our behavior, how to deal with a particular thing, how to deal with technology, what to produce, what not to produce. So we must ensure that we make responsible uses of the technology. Therefore, a regulatory mechanism along with a set of ethics and guidelines is the need of our to have the positive impact of the technology in the society. So with these words, I stop it here and wish you all the very best. Thanks and namaskar.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an insightful session. And yes, of course, AI can do everything, but this everything needs an interpretation. And the instance that was referred by you, that a robot committed suicide because of the work pressure.
All of us with an amaze. Now to round out this energizing inaugural session,
I invite respected Dr. Shashank Chaudhary, Dean Academics, IPEM, to share the closing remarks with the motivation. So we request you to kindly come here.
I don't know. Thank you, Dr. Neil, for inviting me and giving me the opportunity for presenting the closing address. It's indeed a pleasure and pride for IPM to tell me that today we have such a memory of legal field and education who are part of this inaugural session of International Conference, that is the sixth International Conference we are organizing on law and technology, ethics, regulation, innovation, in collaboration with the Uttara University, Dhaka, Bangladesh, and Ali University, Bangalore. Such insightful sessions and addresses have been presented by Professor Victor A. McLean, the Indian Law Center, Mount Russia, Professor Dr. Julius Singh, Professor U.S. Alversus, GGS, IT University, Delhi, then Dr. Syed Sadiq, UN Women Representative in Kazakhstan, Professor Dr. Saida Afroja Jared, Dean, School of Arts and Social Sciences, University of Dhaka, Bangladesh, and our eminent chief guest for today's conference, Professor Dr. V.K. Ahuja, Director, Indian University in Delhi. We are thankful and it's indeed gratitude from our side, from IPM to Academy, that you all have spared your valuable time for us and presented your insights regarding the particular topic of the conference, that is law and technology, ethics, and innovation. And I believe that whatever deliberations have been put across today in this inaugural address will go a long way in enriching the knowledge and understanding and insights of all the participants who have joined us for this international conference from different parts of the globe. And I believe that this international conference will be an enriching platform for all the participants for increasing and enhancing their knowledge and understanding different aspects of law and technology and ethics. We have received more than 100 research papers from different parts of the globe for this international conference, and now moving onwards, we will have the extra sessions 1, session 2, where the papers will be presented in online mode, as we are having this conference in online mode, and I believe that all the papers, all the insights covered in this session with the technical addresses, technical sessions will be greatly enriching for all of us, all the participants, and this international conference will be hugely successful. So, not taking much time, I wish good luck to everybody, to all the participants who are coming forward for the technical session, and we wish good luck for each and every participant of the conference. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for these motivational words. Your guidance is always required and appreciated. We are happy to announce that we have received 110 extracts from the India and the foreign countries as well. And hence, let's move forward for the e-release of the Sovereign as an e-sovereign. We can refer the cover page of the e-Sovereign. These are the contents. So that deserves a big, huge round of applause. Now, all the participants are requested to get connected through the shared links. But for the upcoming session, we will be in need of 15 minutes time for joining the session. For the tracks, you will be getting these messages on your WhatsApp track messages group. Stay connected. I request all the connected gathering to kindly turn on the cameras for a group photograph. I repeat, I request the connected gathering to kindly turn on the camera so that we can have a group photograph. Kindly turn on the cameras, please. Thank you so much. Stay tuned with the link. We'll be connecting shortly.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
A very good morning to everyone present here. Respected dignitaries, distinguished speakers, esteemed professors, invited guests, and dear participants, I, Pragya Singh, LLB first year students, feel immensely honored to welcome you all to the 6th International Conference on Law and Technology, Ethics, Regulations, and Innovation. This is Technical Session 1, Law, Technology, Cybersecurity, and Digital Governance in the Emerging Digital Era. It is a privilege for us to gather here today to explore one of the most significant and rapidly evolving intersections of the modern world, the meeting point of law, ethics, and technical advancement. I extend my warmest greetings to each one of you. In today's digital era, technology is not just a tool, it is a force that shapes societies, economies, and even human behavior. From artificial intelligence and data privacy to cybersecurity, biotechnology, blockchain, and digital forensic system, technology is redefining how laws must operate. However, with innovation comes responsibility. Ethics ensures technology respects human dignity. Regulations guide innovation towards safety and fairness. And innovation inspires us to create solutions that build a better future. This conference aimed to bridge these three crucial aspects, encouraging academic discussion, legal awareness, and forward-looking perspective. Today, we gather not only to learn, but also contribute ideas that can help shape a just and technologically sound society. Now, it's my privilege to formally welcome our distinguished guests who bring immense knowledge and expertise to this conference. Dr. Pramod Tiwari, Senior Assistant Professor at Law Center 2, Faculty of Law, University of Delhi. is a distinguished legal scholar with 14 years of teaching experience, a BHU alumnus with an LLB, an LLM, and a PhD from Delhi University. He has served as a judicial officer in the Assam Judiciary Services. He has authored numerous publications, presented widely, chaired national conferences, and is a highly sought after resource person across premier institutions in India. Welcome, sir. Dr. Gurdeep Kaur, Gagandeep Kaur, Dr. Gagandeep Kaur, LLB and LLM, gold medalist, and PhD in law, is a leading expert in cyber law, IT law, cyber crimes, and data protection with over 16 years of academic and research experience. A senior associate professor at UPES Dehradun, she has authored 8 books, edited several volumes on technology and law, and published 125 plus research papers. She has presented 120 plus papers globally, judged numerous competitions, chaired national sessions, and served widely as a resource person. Her honor include the Best Faculty Award, multiple Research Excellence Awards, the Lady of Legacy Award 2024, and the Uttarakhand Ratna Award. We are deeply honored to have such exceptional scholars with us. Their presence raises the academic value of this conference manifold. Let us welcome them. Now, I extend a warm welcome to all our participants, research scholars, students, professionals, academicians, and enthusiasts from across the country and beyond. Each one of you brings a unique perspective, and together we create a dynamic learning environment. We look forward to your presentations, insights, and active engagement throughout the session. With immense enthusiasm and respect, I now declare the 6th International Conference on Law and Technology officially open. I invite our esteemed speakers to begin the first technical sessions, where we will dive deep into the contemporary issues surrounding law, ethics, and technology. Let this be a day of learning and exploring, questioning, and discovering the new horizons. Let us start with our first participant, Ms. Mansi Srivastav and Dr. Jageshwar Nath Singh. So, ma'am, you can join. The virtual stage is all yours. Please welcome.
Thank you so much. I'm visible.
Yes, you are.
Okay, let me share my screen.
Thank you, Pragya, for such a nice introduction to the guest today. And my welcome to all the participants. Pragya, can you let us know that how much time has been assigned to each participant?
Yes, sir. मैं तो सेशन में ज्वाइन हूँ ना सर.
No, I'm talking about Pragya Singh. Pragya, are you around?
कर दिया मैम. We need 5 more minutes. Then we will
No
proceed
issue, Mansi.
further.
No issue, Mansi. Please start.
There's the connect. There is some issue regarding.
If you're not able to share the screen, means
जी
then
सर
you can start
जी.
directly, Mansi.
नहीं ऐसे कोई नहीं है सर. मैं तो छुट्टी ली हुई हूँ. एग्जाम्स चालू है सर इधर. मैं ज्वाइन करूँ क्या?
Kindly mute yourself. Please wait for 5
मतलब इसने
minutes. We
प्रेजेंट
are
करवाया
starting.
जी. तो पहले मेरा प्रेजेंटेशन करवा दीजिए. वजह फर्स्ट तो चालू है. सिंगरिका को बोलिए कि मेरा
Ma'am,
सेकंड करवा के फिर मैं ज्वाइन हो जाऊं.
What is your name?
तो मुझे लिंक भेजिए MS Teams पे कि Zoom पे
Ma'am, I have
भेजिए लिंक
already shared the sequence on the group. Kindly check the group. Presentation will be done according to that. Yours is second. So just wait for 5-10 minutes. Yours is second. I have already mentioned the sequence on the group, ma'am.
Miss Mansi Srivastava and Dr. Jageshwar Nath Singh, research scholar and professor and dean, COER University, Roorkee, Haridwar, Uttarakhand. Today, they are presenting the topic Digital Forensic Evidence and their admissibility in India. Sir, ma'am, you can proceed further. Ma'am, sir, I request you to please present your research paper or your presentation. You can proceed further.
Why presenters are not presenting? Only screen is shared here. I'm waiting for long many minutes. Pragya or other organizer, you are around?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, actually,
What?
they have some issue in joining. They are joining. We will wait for 1-2 minutes. Then we will start further with other participant.
Okay.
Okay.
If they have any technical glitch, na, so you may start with second participant. No
Yes,
issue.
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sure.
Okay, so we are moving forward. I request Mr. Junaid Malik to present here. Department of Law, Aligarh Muslim University, Aligarh. He's presenting the topic Balancing Privacy and Public Interest, the emerging landscape of the right to be forgotten in India. So the stage is all yours. Please come forward.
Sir, kindly unmute yourself and proceed with the presentation. We are waiting for you. Mr. Junaid Malik. Sir, am I audible to you?
Yes, you are very much audible. Please start.
Mr. Junaid Malik, please start.
Pragya, is there any technical issue on your end?
No, sir, it is not on our end. It is on the participants' end.
Yes,
I guess
sir.
sir is in. Yeah.
Oh,
Sir is
right.
proceeding.
Am I
Yes, sir.
am I audible and visible too?
Yeah.
Yes.
You are
Okay,
audible
okay,
and
okay,
visible as well.
okay. I'll start my presentation. Respected members, greetings to all. This side Junaid Malik and as the senior research fellow from Aligarh Muslim University, and my paper is on the topic balancing privacy and public interest, and the emerging landscape of right to be forgotten in India. So, should I share this PPT from my side, or you will follow it up by this? Okay. The topic is on balancing privacy and public interest, emerging landscape of the right to be forgotten in India. So, briefly explaining what exactly this right is, the right to be forgotten is a right by which the individuals can request the deletion of their personal data from the digital platforms or any other search engines. So, what kind of data this right allows to be deleted? That data which is outdated, that data which is irrelevant, that data which is no longer relevant, that data for which the person has withdrawn their consent, and that data which ultimately harms the privacy of the individuals. So this right allows those data to be deleted. Now, tracing the historical perspective, this right emerges in the Europe, where there is a specific Google Spain case. In that case, the Court of Justice of European Union has decided to give and allows individuals to request the deletion of their personal data through the legal process. So, by followed that judgment, the European country has drafted the General Data Protection Regulation, and in that General Data Protection Regulation, there is a specific article which is Article 17 of GDPR, where it is mentioned that there is a right to erasure, and right to erasure ultimately the right to be forgotten. So, followed that General Data Protection Regulation, there are a number of countries which have followed this practice, including the USA, United Kingdom, Canada, and California. Even the California in 2023 has enacted the Delete Act, by which the individual can request their unnecessary data to be deleted. So, coming to the point, the right to be forgotten status in India. About this right to be forgotten, there is no such statutory regulation currently in India, and there is no legal recognition. But as we all know that there is a historical judgment, the Justice, retired Justice Pattaswamy versus Union of India, 2018 judgment it was, by which the constitutional bench of the Supreme Court has declared the right to privacy as a fundamental right, but it only acknowledged the right to be forgotten, but not given any direction towards this right to be forgotten. So I'm telling you that we have to understand the right to privacy and right to be forgotten. Both are the different aspects. Right to privacy is about the information which is not in public domain. We are demanding that it cannot be disclosed. And right to be forgotten is about the information which is already in public domain, and we are demanding that just delete that information just to protect our privacy. So these are coming to the point that right to be forgotten have dealt by the different courts, high courts, and the Supreme Courts. Like there is a difference of opinion of the judicial trend, and like Orissa High Court has supported this right to be forgotten, and in some cases it allows that right to be forgotten should be there. Even the Delhi High Court is disagree with this right to be forgotten, as it acknowledged that there is no such right to be forgotten exist in India and we cannot allow it. And same also was reiterated by the Honorable Supreme Court in the meantime that right to be forgotten currently not a statutory having a statutory status, but should be reconsidered as far as right to privacy is concerned. So there are list of number of cases as it is not easy to discuss all the each and every. I would like to discuss the last case, Joravar Singh Mundi versus Union of India of 2021, in which this is an interesting case that this petitioner came to India, which was earlier booked under the NDPS Act, and after that he went to USA for the job, and the employer searches his criminal background and all, and the employer found that there is a case which was earlier booked in the India in NDPS Act, so he didn't get the job. So he came to India back and demand the file the case and demand that his all the data should be deleted. And court issued the notice to the Google, the Indian Qanun and all to delete the Joravir Singh earlier case, in which he was acquitted. So why to be maintained all the data where the person has got a clean sheet? So problem is like there is a triangle that on the one side one person is demanding the right to privacy, on the other side the person demanding the right to be forgotten, and there is a right to information. That one person demanding the right to information, like I need some information with regards to this person, and the on this other side right to be forgotten is all about that my personal information cannot be shared just because of his privacy. So there is a balancing of interest. So in which this new dimension have to be considered with regards to the right to be privacy, because in this digital era, there is a number of information which has been leaked without any consent, without any information and all. So somewhat like right to be forgotten is emerging trend in India. So this should also be considered. It faced some challenges in implementing the right to be forgotten as earlier in 2023, the government has enacted the Digital Personal Data Protection Act 2023. But Digital Personal Data Protection Act 2023 lacks in two things. Number one, data portability, which is such what not related to this topic. Second is right to be forgotten. It provides only somewhere to protect the data, but not the right to be forgotten. So it should also be reviewed with regards to the right to be forgotten, as number of countries are allowing this right by which the individuals can protect its dignity so far as the data which is not so much relevant to be maintained in the public record. So the way forward is the right to be privacy should be extended by allowing this right to be forgotten, so that the dignity and the individual aspect has to be maintained. So keeping the mind the restrictions of the time, I would like to end up my presentation just to highlight some important aspect of this my right to be forgotten as a topic.
Yeah, Mr. Malik, very nicely you presented your paper. Let
Thank
me
you.
congratulate you all. But question is, are you suggesting any model code of conduct or model law in this point wherein right to be forgotten can be codified by the Indian legislature?
Yes, sir. I would like to acknowledge the Supreme Court judgment where right to privacy has been declared a fundamental right. In Supreme Court, I not exactly remember the para number. The Supreme Court acknowledged the right to be forgotten, and it said that it should be formulate, it should be reconsider, it should be look into the matter.
I'm asking, Mr. Malik, I'm asking to you, are you suggesting any model law in this point, how this right to be forgotten can be codified by the legislature? That is what I'm asking to you.
Sir, they not exactly worked upon the mode of
Okay, no issue. Okay, Malik, thank you.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to request Miss Astha and Miss Anjali to come forward. Student, Gujarat National Law University, they are presenting their topic, Tokenizing Nature, Legal Challenges and Regulatory Frameworks for Blockchain-Based Environmental Markets. Please come forward and present your research papers.
Am I audible and visible?
Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Astha, and together with my co-author Anjali, we are here to present our research paper titled Tokenizing Nature, Legal Challenges and Regulatory Frameworks. And today, we are going to navigate the complex legal landscape where environmental conservation meets blockchain technology. We are currently standing in what we call the uncharted territory of tokenized environmental markets. The core of this innovation is the conversion of carbon credits into digital tokens on DLT infrastructure. The promise is incredible: transparency, liquidity, and global access. But the reality is that this practice has created significant confusion regarding three fundamental pillars: ownership, accountability, and ecosystem protection. Right now, we are trading these assets without clear guidance. And our clear argument is this: without a robust legal framework, we aren't just risking financial loss, we are risking market trust and environmental integrity itself. If these tokens don't actually help the planet, then the entire exercise is futile. To understand why this is happening, we need to perform a deep dive into the legal analysis. The digitization of environmental assets raises complex questions about classification, ownership, and oversight. First, the legal validity of assets. The biggest issue arising during the bridging process when a credit moves from a traditional registry to the blockchain. Currently, many protocols use a mechanism called retirement. To get a credit on chain, you retire it off chain. But legally, retirement means the credit is consumed, it is dead. It is environmental benefit and it is used up. So if you retokenize a retired credit, you are essentially trading a ghost, a historical claim, not a live asset. We argue that the industry must shift to immobilization, a method proposed by Vera. This involves locking the credit in a custodial account so it remains alive, while the token circulates, ensuring the token is a valid digital twin. Second, classification: securities or commodities. This is a global regulatory puzzle. In the US, it is a turf war. The CFTC views these as derivatives, while the SEC applies the Howey test to see if they are securities. In the European Union, the MiCA regulation is setting the standard. It carefully defines crypto assets outside of traditional financial instruments, preventing voluntary credits from being confused with regulated emission allowances. In India, we have a unique tax conflict. Carbon credits are taxed as goods, but their tokenized versions are treated as virtual digital assets. This creates a massive disparity in how they are treated legally and financially. Third, liability breakdown. Who is responsible when things go wrong? Right now, liability is fragmented. Is it the registry, such as Vera, the protocol like Token, or the buyer? The problem is that we are relying on smart contracts, but smart contracts lack moral judgment. They cannot resolve ambiguity. We need hybrid systems that include legal mechanisms like trusted oracles to solve disputes. This analysis leads us to the core problem identified in our research: the legal technical mismatch. We have a fundamental misalignment between what the technology does and what the law allows. On one hand, we have the technical promise. Blockchain offers fungibility, permanent ownership, settlement finality. It says this token is yours forever, and it is the same as every other token. On the other hand, we have the legal reality. Carbon credits are not permanent. They are revocable. They have specific vintages and they are heterogeneous. By trying to force a revocable, unique legal right into an immutable, fungible digital container, we are breaking the link between the asset and its value. This mismatch isn't just theoretical, it has devastating real-world impacts. First, environmental integrity. When legal clarity is missing, we undermine the genuine ecological impact. It fosters greenwashing because dead credits can be traded as live ones. Second, market trust. Uncertainty kills confidence. Stakeholders, whether corporations or individuals, won't invest if they aren't sure that what they are buying. Third, and perhaps most importantly, community rights. Indigenous peoples and local communities are at risk. Without safeguards, like the free, prior, and informed consent (FPIC), tokenization can lead to data exploitation, where communities lose control over their own land's legal representation. Now I call upon my co-author Anjali to proceed with the presentation.
Okay, so I will continue with the further slides. So here, to really understand why legal framework matters, we need to look at this case study, that is the token Klima DAO experiment. And it is a perfect example of what happened when you build sophisticated financial tool on top of the misunderstood legal asset. So what actually happened in late 2021, the token protocol built a carbon bridge to bring credit into the blockchain. So as you can see in this slide, here is how their one-way bridge work in 3 steps. So first step is retirement, where the user would go to the traditional registry like Vera and legally retire a carbon credit. Now in the carbon world, the retirement means that the environmental benefit has been consumed. The second one, that despite this token allowed users to take that retirement receipt and use it to mint a fresh digital token called TCB, that is a token carbon bridge. Then these tokens were pulled together into a tradable asset called base carbon tones. Technically, it was a brilliant, but legally it was paradox that they are using retired credit as a base for the new tokens. Then the Klima DAO enter into pictures as an aggregator, and its goal is to buy as much carbon as possible to drive up the prices, force companies to decarbonize. They offered massive financial rewards like insane interest rates or APYs to anyone who would bond their BCD token into Klima treasury. But the protocol had a fatal flaw. It cannot care about the quality of the credit at all. Like it treated a brand new 2021 credit exactly the same as the old unsold credit from 2008. So traders realized this immediately, and they went into the traditional market and bought up what we called the zombie credit. So here in the next slide, we can see about the zombie credits. So in the zombie credit, it's basically old, low quality credit, and the credit which is essentially worthless off chain. So traders bought them for pennies and bridged them through to a token and sold them to the Klima DAO for dollars. So what is happening? Instead of funding a new green projects, the system accidentally rewarded the holders of the bad old asset. So as in the 7th slide, you can see there's a picture. So look at the left side, that the financial layer, that is a blockchain. On the screen, everything is looking great. The assets were active, they were liquid, the price was spiking, the millions of dollars were moving around 24/7. But look at the right side of the page, there is the environmental layer, that is the reality, that the underlying assets were retired, they were legally dead, they are already consumed. So there was no new demand for them in the real world. So while the blockchain showed a booming market, the environmental saw a very different story altogether. So the wealth wasn't going to the planet, but it was transferring to them who exploited the legal loophole. And finally, the bubble burst. As you can see in the 7th slide, lastly, the Vera controversy. So in May 2022, the Vera, it is the organization that actually issued this credit. They stepped in and they financially banned these practices. And millions, because of which the millions of these tokens become orphaned, means the digital claim, but without any legal backing. So the logic was very simple behind it, that you cannot trade what you have already consumed. So how the government are responding to this chaos? So you can see in the 8th slide, we basically compare 3 major jurisdictions, and the differences are very striking. Like globally, regulations are very struggling to catch up. Like in the European Union, they are setting high standards with MiCA, requiring real off-chain proofs for
Really
any
come to your
climate.
suggestion part. Actually, we have paucity of time. Let's come to the recommendation and suggestion.
Okay. So how do we fix this? So we propose the compliant based hybrid model. So here, first we must replace the retirement with immobilization, means locking credit into wealth, and so they can remain legally alive while trading. The second, we need a technology that reflect reality, though developing two-way bridge that allowed asset to flow back and forth. We need reliable Oracle networks that can feed real world data to the blockchain. For example, if the forest burned somewhere else, so Smart contract must automatically pause the token. Lastly, we need a regulatory clarity which strictly enforce free, prior, informed consent (FPIC) for all the listed tokens across the jurisdiction. So ultimately, we must shift from code is law to the law compliant code to ensure these tokens actually protect the nature. So tokenization can save the planet, but only if the legal layer is as robust as the technical one. Thank you for your attention. That is all from our part.
Thank you. Very confident and good presentation by both the research scholars. You are, I think, LLM students of GNLU, you know?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Very nice. I congratulate you all. Keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Asta and Anjali. Now we have Mansi Srivastava and Dr. Jageshwar Nath Singh, research scholar and professor and Dean, COER University, Roorkee, Haridwar, Uttarakhand. They are presenting digital forensic evidence and their admissibility in India. Please come forward and proceed.
Hello, good morning. Good morning, all of you. My name is Mansi Srivastava, and my topic for presenting the research paper is digital forensic evidence and their admissibility in India. Now, coming to the introduction part, that is digital era relies on digital forensic evidence. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible and visible as well. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Digital era relies on digital forensic evidence such as CCTV, chat logs, then an admissibility governed by IT Act, that is Information Technology Act 2000, Indian Evidence Act, that is 1872, and Bharati Sakshi Adhiniyam 2023. Now, the requirement of certificate was given admissible by Section 65B and Section 63, Clause 4 of Information Technology Act 2000. Now, in ancient era, there was no formal evidence rule. It was only retributive justice, that was an eye for an eye or an tit for an tat. Coming to Hindu period, there was Dharm Shastra and Dharm Sutra, which used to guide the facts and which helps in truth finding. Then coming to the Muslim period, there was Qazi, who was given the authority to find the truth, and there was a source, that was Quran and Sunnah, in which the evidence can be they gather the evidence from that. Then British era, there was early forensic limited, that was fingerprints or medicine, and then post independence there was digital reform and IT Act 2000, which was later amended in 2008 and given strengthened to digital crime provision. Then digital forensic deals with electronic footprints, which helps in hacking, phishing, cyber fraud, and which ensures the preservations, recovery, and analysis of electronic evidence. Some of the important tools regarding digital forensic evidence, that is Forensic Toolkit, that is FTK, which is used in a large scale data analysis. Then next is Autopsy, that is an open source forensic graphic user interface, that is GUI, and Celebrite, that is mobile device forensics. Then Wireshark, that is network traffic analyze. Then next, coming to some sections given in Information Technology Act 2000, which analyze the digital forensic evidence. That is Section 43, that is damage or data deletion analysis. Then Section 66, that is fraud, identity, misuse, cheating, privacy violation. Then Section 67 and Section 67B, that is used in collecting evidence from obscene or sexual content. Then Section 69 and 70, which is interceptions, monitoring, and critical data protection. Some of the legal amendments recognizing digital evidence is Section 65A and 65B of Evidence Act, that is electronic record, in which the certificate was made admissible. Then IPC Section 29 and 22, that is electronic document recognition. Then in CRPC, that was search and seizure of electronic evidence. And then sorry, sir. That is CERT, that is a computer emergency response team, which is created for cyber incident response. Now, coming to meaning and types of digital forensic evidence, that is, digital forensic is a subset of forensic science. File, communication, location, multimedia, and some of the internet activities are the types of digital forensic evidence, which is used in many cases. Some of the major cases are Arushi Talwar case or 2611, that is 2008 Mumbai attack case. Now, coming to some of the judgment given by Supreme Court regarding the admissibility of electronic evidence and Section 65B certificate, that is State of NCT of Delhi versus Navjot Sandhu 2005, which allowed evidence without 65B certificates. Next, Anwar PV versus PK Bashir 2014, in which 65B certificate made mandatory. Shafi Muhammad versus Harmets 2019, in this certificate was not required if device is unavailable. Then next, again in Arjun Pandit Rao Khatukar versus Kailash Kush Gauran Tal and others, in this the 65B certificate made compulsory. And now coming to the conclusion part, that is, digital forensic is crucial for modern criminal justice, which helps to identify offender using scientific digital tools. Bharatiya Saksh Adhiniyam 2023 has strengthened digital evidence framework and made essential for speedy justice in cyber and electronic crime cases. That's all for this presentation. Thank you.
Okay, Mansi, thank you. Can you enumerate the specific provision under Bharatiya Sakshi Adhiniyam wherein forensic digital evidence is made admissible?
So,
because in India, the admissibility is majorly
Section
governed by
39.
evidence law, no?
Yes, sir.
So that is why I'm asking. Very recently, Parliament has passed Sakshi Adhiniyam 2023. So is there any specific provision regarding this forensic
yes,
digital
sir.
evidences which you are talking about?
Section 23 and 39.
Talks about what? 23. Please tell me.
So, 23 talks about. Sir, are you asking 23 or 39?
You may tell 23 first.
So 23 tells
23
about.
the admission, no? Sakshi Adhiniyam mein.
So 23, though I'm not remembering. I can tell you about 39. That is expert opinion.
Hmm.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mansi. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Mansi. Okay, so next we have Dr. Brinda Gobind Gurbakshini, Assistant Professor, Kishinchan Chelaram College of Law, Mumbai. She is presenting law and technology. She is presenting Law and Technology Ethics for Equality, a comparative analysis of GDPR and DPDP. Ma'am, please welcome.
Thank you so much. Will you please share the PPT? Greetings to the chairperson. Sir, may I please start the presentation?
Yes, ma'am, we are sharing. We are sharing.
Thank you. In the meantime, sir, not taking much of the time, the topic today that I have chose with respect to law and technology is definitely the GDPR and the DPDP Act of 2023. As we are aware, in the digital age, the intersection of law and technology plays a very great role to decide the gender autonomy as well as the equality. Technology, as we are all aware, is evolving, and at the same time it is very important to eradicate the barriers that is facing due to the physical orientation as well as the gender equality. Definitely both of the GDPR and DPDP have worked on framing better legislative laws for the women equality. However, there are certain hypotheses and discussion which I have tried to, through this research paper, throw the highlight that this study is talking about the gender identity, the footprints, the information where privacy, transparency, and fairness that include the gender sensitivity so that it can be internationally harmonized. Our laws, as per Article 51 of the Constitution talks about the harmonious relation between the adaptation of the international laws and keeping that in line. The problem statement that I have through this research tried to highlight is that although there has been digital expansion with respect to the GDPR and the DPDP, however, there are lots of gaps wherein the DPDP needs to address to the unequal consent practices, the algorithmic biases, the inadequate safeguards that are there. Although we are having Information Technology Act also, yet if we look at the safety with respect to the digital platforms that the women today are using, they need to understand that there should be free flow of cross-border data. For the objectives of my study, yes, next slide, please. The objectives of my data that I have tried to highlight is that we need to empower these marginalized sections of the society so that the data fiduciary, the principals, as well as the agents are aware what is their responsibility. Definitely, I have also covered up a slide wherein I have explained the comparison between the GDPR and the DPDP, keeping in mind the hypothesis of my study is based on doctrinal study because I did not get the enough time to go in for the empirical data, though I want to take this at a higher level, looking at what the core guest speakers today also spoke about the women protection. So if I get time, I will definitely go for empirical data, but the hypothesis that I have framed is based on the doctrinal data that is available to me. The study looks at the comparative analysis between the GDP and the DPDP Act, and the sources that I have relied are on the judicial precedents, articles, and the national as well as international guidelines on the GDPR and the DPDP. The limitations of my study also I have very well mentioned that I am having the limitation with respect to the researcher has the evolving nature of technology, because technology is rapidly advancing. So how we are going to adapt so that it becomes a better gender sensitized law. It's a new act. We need to understand that there will be lacunas in it, and that's the limitation that my study has not been able to cover all the aspects of the empirical study. It has largely focused itself on the precedents and the case studies. Yes, please, next slide. The evolution is right from the Puttaswamy judgment as well as the Sri Krishna report, due to which we have the DPDP Act today. There has been a comparative analysis in my research paper with respect to how the fiduciary will transfer the data, keeping in mind that the data is available, and Puttaswamy's judgment is very right that Article 21 should not be violated except according to the procedure that is established by law. And that law, the legislatures need to decide very clearly because of the vast information that is available. So the comparative analysis of the GDP and the DPDP has been mentioned, although the GDPR is very broad, but the DPDP is limited, so that it also certain positive areas is that it does cover online harassment as well as cyber bullying, but yet there needs to be more broader government exemptions so that there can be protection that is not fragmented. It should be available and the data should be used for personal use. At the same time, the challenges of the study showing that there are certain ambiguity in the rules, and therefore this paper tries to suggest that this DP Act also should be more gender sensitive. It should be institutional accountability, algorithm transparency, and protection against digital harms. The outcome of my research is that it does study on the gender disparity that has arisen from the AI, artificial intelligence driven technologies. It identifies the structures and the legal protections that has led to the privacy violations, automated decisions. It also suggests that we should have gender sensitive legal policy remedies. It seeks to draft a bill on this basis so that the amendments can be well implemented by the legislature. There is a lot of literature review that I have done, and where I have quoted 2-3 main literature review in my study, that is by Chakravarti, who has mentioned also, and by Chaudhary and Bhandari, wherein Chaudhary in 2024, the author suggests that the gendered implications of the digital governance in India discriminates that how the data protection mechanisms do fall short in addressing the online harms, private threats, and unequal participation of women in the digital platforms. Right, sir. Due to shortage of time, sir, this is what I would like to present, though my paper is based on the complete methodology.
Okay, ma'am. Thank
Obliged,
you.
sir.
Very elaborately, you have explained in very, very short time. Although your topic is very vast, you can do PhD on it. This is not the topic upon which only research article may be written. But very nicely, in very short span of time, you have done very well. Thank you so much.
Sir, I have one PhD and I will definitely connect with you for a second PhD on this because I did not think that I would write in terms of gender equality. And that is the reason I did not collect data because it would have just not been true to the doctrinal research.
No issue. No issue.
Thank
You will be in touch. We'll be in touch. Thank you.
so much, sir. Obliged. Obliged.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your views. Next, we are moving forward. We have Dr. Shruti V. Kamat-Dalal, Assistant Professor at VM Salagaonkar College of Law, Goa. She is presenting efficacy of Gram Nyayalayas in India and access to justice through lens of technology, a critical study with special reference to the state of Goa. Ma'am, please welcome.
Thank you. I hope I'm visible as well as I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am, you're visible and you're audible. Please
Yes.
proceed.
Respected chairperson and dear participants, my topic for presentation is efficacy of Gram Nyayalayas in India and access to justice through lens of technology, a critical study with special reference to state of Goa. In fact, there are major legal issues in the legal system that affects the administration of justice. Pendency of cases before the court, inordinate delay and disposal of litigations, expense incurred behind litigation, societal stratification, inaccessibility of justice for poor and indigent, and cumbersome legal approach for the litigants. In fact, this makes the lawmakers, litigating parties, law enforcing authority, in fact, society at large to introspect and be vocal on the point that justice delivery mechanism requires a radical reformation. Besides making justice available at the doorstep, speedy resolution of the conflicts, participatory approach of the people also demands key attention. This is very much there enshrined in our Indian Constitution, and access to justice, in fact, is recognized as a right through judicial pronouncements, and it is one of the cornerstone of democracy in India. In fact, a significant step was taken in 2008 towards decentralizing the judicial system, and a statute titled Gram Nyayalaya Act was enacted that would augment access to justice for poorer section of the society. I have especially taken poorer section of the society because they are vulnerable, they are considered as inferior, and they are never ever attended. Gram Nyayalayas are identified with the rural setup of the states in India, referred to as village courts. They are also referred to as the mobile courts. Now, what is the significance of my study? My study aims to evaluate and appraise the efficacy of Gram Nyayalayas in terms of providing speedy justice, participatory approach of the people, and technology user friendliness of the beneficiaries, that is, consumers of justice. It is pertinent at this particular point to analyze whether this statute has succeeded in fulfilling its sententia legis of bringing justice to the doorstep of rural poor, or whether institutional and structural reforms are required to turn vision into reality. This statute is indeed important because it has crossed more than 15 years since it has been enacted in India. Now, what are the objectives of my study? To understand the purpose and operation of the Act, to study and identify the government tech-driven schemes, to analyze and examine the scope and effectiveness of the justice delivery mechanism, user-friendliness, participatory approach from the consumers of justice, and to recommend and suggest changes in case if required. Now, let us consider the count of Gram Nyayalayas that exist in India and the ones that are operational. This is where the Supreme Court interfered through public interest litigation, where the Supreme Court gave directives to the state and the union territories that Gram Nyayalayas have to be established and they have to be made operational. This was in National Federation of Societies for Fast Justice versus Union of India case. Now, if we consider the 1986 Law Commission of India report, it mentions that there exists stratification in society, there are cultural social inequalities, And that's the reason why even the nature of the disputes differ. In fact, these Gram Nyayalayas that are existing, if you could see the count is less. In addition to that, the ones that are operational in these states or union territories, that is also very minimal. So the total Gram Nyayalayas that exist all over India are 333. If you consider state of Goa, it is just 2 Gram Nyayalayas that are existing and both are operational. Let us consider the tech-driven initiatives that are taken by the government. Gram Nyayalayas, first and foremost, are referred to as mobile courts, as there's a provision of transport vehicle so that the deciding authority can easily travel to the place of disputes and proceed to resolve and dispose of the matter. As access to justice is paramount, there are ongoing schemes. One of them is titled as Disha, which is designing innovative solutions for holistic access to justice, that was introduced by the Indian government for a duration of 5 years. The scheme is crafted to provide legal services for which is citizen-centric. The other initiatives that are implemented are legal literacy awareness programs, Telelaw, which is reaching the unreached, and Nyaya Bandhu. Telelaw initiative is an e-interface that connects the poorer community to lawyers. It provides a platform wherein pre-litigation assistance can be availed by this section of society. The advice can be sought through telephonic facility or Telelaw mobile app available for users of Android, or through video conferencing available at common service centers. In fact, 1 lakh Gram Panchayats existing across 36 states or union territories have provided this cost-free service, and there are 31 lakh consumers of this facility as on 31st of January 2023. The advocates and beneficiaries of Nyaya Bandhu are required to be registrants of Nyaya Bandhu mobile app. The registered users through this facility can seek legal assistance and avail the benefit of free legal aid from the pool of advocates. The app is available on Android, Umang display, and the initiative was launched to provide pro bono legal service across entire country. The registrants of this program as on 31st of January 2023 include 5,817 advocates. Across India, the outreach of legal literacy and awareness programs, including webinars, have reached 5 lakh vulnerable groups of people. Information is disseminated on their legal rights, and benefits can be availed by them to have better accessibility to delivery of justice. Now, coming to the disputes that are received, or the matters that are received by the Gram Nyayalayas and the ones that are disposed, these are the civil disputes that are received by the Gram Nyayalayas. So you could see the disputes that are received and the disputes that are disposed. So the ones that are disposed are minimal. So efficacy of Gram Nyayalayas can be considered looking at this particular table. This is another table relating to the criminal cases that are received by the Gram Nyayalayas and the ones that are disposed, which is there in the next column. Now, if you consider the status of Goa, as far as the Gram Nyayalayas are concerned, there are 12 talukas in state of Goa. But state of Goa finally constituted 2 Gram Nyayalayas. One was in Sattari Taluka of North, where this village court was functional from September 21st, 2024, which is last year. And in South, the Nyayalaya was established at Sangya Taluka, which was operational from September 26, 2024. In fact, if you consider Sattari Taluka, it comprises 78 villages, and the population is 63,817, which includes total of 49,422 rural population. On the other hand, Sangya Taluka constitutes 52 villages, and in terms of 2011 census, its population is 65,147, which is inclusive of 53,600 rural population. But if you consider the cases that are received by Goa, they are only 35. So it is not even hundreds, considering the total rural population. If you consider the criminal cases that are received by the Sattari Taluka,
Madam Dr. Shruti, actually we have a scarcity of time with us. So can you tell the audience one thing? If the judgment which has been given by the Gram Nyayalaya, either in civil or criminal matter, is it admissible before the district court, high court, and Supreme Court? What is the status of the judgments which has been given by these courts?
Sir, in fact, what is considered at the Gram Nyayalaya is settlement of the disputes. So they try to, at least in state of Goa, they try to resolve the disputes through mediation. And in fact, I have received this information under Right to Information Act. I've limited the study only to the northern part of state of Goa, where the people are happy to resolve their disputes through settlement. But in fact, the ones who are the judicial officers, presiding officers of Gram Nyayalayas, they are trying their level best to get more matters. But the point is, despite there being technology, tech-driven schemes, the beneficiaries are not in a position to avail the benefit, either because of the digital divide, they are not aware, they don't know how to access it. These schemes are there in existence, but it has not reached the poorer stratum of society. So the question is, you have Gram Nyayalayas, you have these courts that are set up for settlement of the disputes, but it is not reaching out to the poor. So somewhere the technology should play a major role, where it should reach this poorer section of the society, so that there is accessibility of justice, which is
Very
the
nice,
major key
very
point
nice.
as far as my presentation is concerned.
Yes, it's very relevant and very nice. Very good information. Your
Thank you so much,
deliberation
sir.
was very informative to the audience and particularly to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for your words. Okay, so now I would like to call our sixth participant, Ms. Asma Javed and Ms. Surbhi Arora, research scholar, Sardar Patel, Subharti Institute of Law, and MIT University. They are presenting Integrity, Cybersecurity, and Data Privacy in Digital Governance Frameworks, Policy Perspectives, and Global Practices. Kindly proceed.
Good afternoon. Will you be showing the presentation or should I share it?
Ma'am, you can share it from your end as well.
Okay. Okay. I hope my PPT is on the screen now.
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Yeah, okay. Good afternoon, respected chairperson and the participants. So the title of the research paper is Integrating Cybersecurity and Data Privacy in Digital Governance Framework, Policy Perspective and Global Practices. I am the co-author with the author Ms. Asma Javed, and I will be presenting it on her behalf. So we already know that digital landscape has undergone a dramatic transformation in the last decade. Everyone is online. The government, the corporation, the individuals, everyone extensively depends on the online platform for communications, for transactions, and even for the data storage. Everyone have their Google Drive and OneDrive system on their laptops and so. So this expansion, this has created a vast opportunities, but there's also exposed the system to the new threats of the cybersecurity and privacy violation. So now the cybersecurity and data privacy, they are handled separately. They are basically the separate CLOs but which are proving to be very much ineffective because because the way in which we have present ourselves on the online platforms. Now, the traditional governance, they treated the cybersecurity as a technical domain, and the data privacy is considered as a legal or a policy domain. So we have a different law, different governance, which is working for this. Now, my problem statement is basically three. The first one is cybersecurity and data privacy must function as one integrated governance system. The privacy breach is a security breach, and the fragmented models are outdated and risky. And why do I say this? Because you see, every major privacy breach today is essentially a security failure. There is a privacy breach, then there is a security failure also, and vice versa. So the research objective which we have tried to achieve is to analyze the interdependence of cybersecurity and privacy and compare the legal frameworks for which we have taken three regulations. The one is EU GDPR, of course, everybody have heard about it till now. We have California Consumer Privacy Limited, and then we have taken into consideration the Brazil LGPD, which is a General Data Protection Law. Also, we will talk some little things about NIST cybersecurity frameworks and the ISO 27001 and ISO 27701, which basically
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt you. You're not audible to us.
Yes, Madam Surabhi, you are not audible to us.
Ma'am, I request you to please rejoin the session. So can we proceed with the next participant? Ma'am will continue when she will be able to rejoin the session.
Sure, Pragati, sure. Pragya, sorry.
Okay, so now I would like to call our seventh participant, Solanki Dhaval Kumar Jairam Bhai, student, Gujarat National Law University. He is presenting Balancing Digital Amnesia and Algorithmic Memory, the right to be forgotten under Article 21 of the Indian Constitution in the age of AI. So please come forward. Mr. Dhaval, if you are
Yes. Shall I start?
Yes, for sure.
Just a minute.
So you are not audible to us?
Just a minute.
Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, but you are not visible.
And my screen is visible?
No.
Now?
Please, your screen is visible. Please switch on your video as well.
Just a minute.
Yeah.
Now am I visible?
Yes, you are visible and audible both. Please proceed.
All right. Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dhaval Kumar Solanki. I'm a master's student at the Gujarat National Law University, Gandhinagar. A simple question to start. In the real world, do we ever forget? Yes. Time passes, memories fade, people move on. Years after a bad experience, you can escape it. But in the digital world, the answer is completely different. Every judgment, every news article is stored forever. And with artificial intelligence, this digital memory becomes infinitely more dangerous. Today, I discuss how India's constitution can protect our right to be forgotten in this age of AI. Digital permanence trap you. When courts or newspaper publish information, search engine archives it infinitely. Multiple copies exist everywhere. Even if the original is detected, deleted, then when anyone searches your name, all this appears instantly. Your trial, your case, your arrest, everything. In the past, forgetting happened naturally. Court judgments from decades ago stayed buried in libraries. Today, they are broadcast to billions on Google forever. AI makes it even worse. Facial recognition identifies you in any photograph. Deepfakes create infinite false videos of you. Algorithms deny you loans or jobs based on outdated data. This creates informational immortality. Should you be haunted by your past forever? Our laws do not protect you. So where does the protection come from? The answer lies in our constitution. In 2017, the Indian Supreme Court's Puttaswamy judgment declared that privacy is a fundamental right under Article 21 of the Constitution. Article 21 does not just protect your physical body, it protects informational privacy. Your right to control what information about you is shared. This is the constitutional foundation for the right to be forgotten. Why this matters? 3 reasons. First, informational autonomy. You control your own data. You decide who sees it and how it is used. Just as you control your body, you should control information about yourself. Second, dignity. Privacy protects your dignity. When all information circulates forever, it damages your dignity. It says you are permanently defined by your worst moment. But the Constitution says you deserve dignity. The right to move beyond your past, to grow and change and become someone better. Third, proportionality. Right to be forgotten is not absolute. It balances against legitimate public interest. Important judgments stay accessible for researchers. But the key word is balance, not blanket publication forever. Different Indian courts interpret this right differently, which is creating confusion. Delhi High Court in 2021 said yes to right to be forgotten. The court ordered acquittal judgments removed from search results. If you are acquitted, why should arrest follow you forever? You are innocent. An acquitted person deserves a fresh start. Madras High Court in 2021 was cautious. It worried about losing legal history. Judges need all judgments to understand laws and development. Open justice requires transparency. Kerala High Court in 2022 found middle ground. Once a case is finished, make the judgments anonymous. Legal principles stay public for researchers. The person's name is hidden. This preserves legal history while protecting identity. The problem: different courts, different rules. An acquitted person might be forgotten in Delhi, but not in Kerala. This is inconsistent. We need one clear Supreme Court rule which shall says what and when the right to be forgotten applies. India's 2023 DPDP Act disappoints. It has 4 crucial gaps. First, it has narrow scope. The law only allows erasure of inaccurate data, but right to be forgotten is broader. Even accurate information can be harmful.
Could you please come to the conclusion and your main findings of the research?
Yes. Where my research is more focused is this one slide. Yeah. One example: Indian courts publish full residential address in online judgments. Street name, house name, postal code, but you do not need a home address to understand legal reasoning. This creates security risk and privacy invasion, which has zero public benefit. Global
So
courts redact.
what are your suggestions then? Like, what do you suggest in this case?
Yes, in this case, I would like to have a balanced approach from the Supreme Court as a final word, which protect the right to be forgotten, right of a person, as well the right of the other person under the right to information and
Okay,
information.
thank you. Please conclude.
Thank you. Uh, to move forward, I recommend 6 concrete steps to strengthen our protection of the right to be forgotten.
No. Please conclude. Please conclude.
Okay. In the real world, forgetting is natural. Time passes, people move on. You have the chance to change, to grow beyond mistake, to leave the past behind. This is how human recovers. This is how we heal. The digital world has taken this away, but it does not have to be permanent.
Okay, Mr.
It does not-
Solanki,
Yes, sir.
under what article or under what provision of the law you are suggesting right to be forgotten should be the statutory right?
Sir, Article 21.
What should be added there by the Parliament?
Yes, by the Parliament and as well as the sir, before going to the Parliament stage, we have actually the very significant step by implementing these by the Supreme Court, which can direct the courts to redact the
But Article
information.
21 cannot be amended by the Supreme Court, no, Mr. Solanki.
Yes, but the core idea of a right to be forgotten is already included in Article 21, sir.
Okay, ji. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Next presenter, please.
So Ms.
Pragya.
Surbhi Arora has rejoined us, so she would like to conclude.
No, she has already done. No? On the basis of her presentation, marks has already been awarded. So
Okay.
please ask her to leave. No?
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. We are
Okay,
moving.
sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Now, next presenter, Pragya.
Okay, so we are moving ahead with our 8th participants, Ms. Anjali Agarwal and Dr. Rahul Varshne, PhD Research Scholar and Dean Professor, MVN University, Palwal, Haryana. They are presenting Guardians of Data from Brussels to Bharat. Please come forward and present your research work.
A very warm good afternoon, everyone. Today, I, Anjali Agarwal, will be presenting. If I talk about the guardian of data from Brussels to Bharat, this is the topic that affect us from our living in the digital world. Now, as we all know,
Sorry to interrupt you, ma'am, but your PPTs are not visible.
Sorry, wait. Let me. Now it's visible.
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
So I have a request that we have so many speakers. So if we can restrict it to a time limit so that we can complete it within time.
Yeah, I just give you some recommendation, suggestion, and just a brief
So
intro.
do not read the PPTs. Just tell your core of the research and the problem and how you are solving that problem with your recommendations and suggestions.
Okay.
Yeah, please. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. As we all know, in earlier times, privacy simply means that personal space or personal boundary or physical boundary. But as we move towards and we are updating ourselves, we already know that the almost every action now we take create a digital footprint. From our shopping habits to our preferences, from our location to from our conversation and to our location and our preferences. Everything is collected, analyzed, and often stored without us even realizing it. If we say that we deleted our data from our internet or from our site also, it doesn't mean we are deleting it. It means that we are already stored in an iCloud. Or if we say that we searching in a private mode, or if we say that we search on a Ignorancia mode, it doesn't mean they did not store our data. Everything, anything you search from the internet, it goes directly to the memory of the data and the memory to the internet, and they start sharing each and every data from other persons also. If we see if you search anything on the Google, now what you will see that on a YouTube, on any other apps also, you will see the data or the ads recommendation from that things that you searched. So what happened, the all the things, if I told you the data which we have searched or which we stored or which we say that our personal data has been shared by the each and everyone, as we already know that we have a two acts, DPDP Act, and if we talking about the European Act, that is the GDPR Act, they all are very world's strongest law. GDPR, world's strongest European law, USC sector-based law, HIPAA, and the COPA. India also adopt the hybrid approach that is known as the DPDP Act. First, they approach to the IT Act, then they goes to the Personal Data Information Act, and then they go to the DPDP Act 2023. The main aim is that to control the government surveillance or data privacy. In 2017, Puttaswamy case is declared the right to privacy is the fundamental right? But what happened, as we all know, that in that scenario also there are some restrictions. They said that that is restrictions only legal, necessary, and proportionate. There is nothing restriction can only be imposed. But as we all know, in DPDP Act there is a word used, the legitimate use. The legitimate use does not define further that how much the legitimate use they want. If a government thinks that the data is gonna use for further operations, they use the word legitimate use and they get all the data from us. So there is no specific if I say that the if I tell you though there is no specific judgment, there is no specific guidelines, or there are no specific anything that government has need to follow these rules and the specific. So what happened, if I see this pie chart, this tell about the awareness about the people where they don't know actually the digital privacy among people or users. They don't know how much they are risking their data. Next, if we goes to the Digital Framework to India, the Digital Framework India, it will tell about the two act, GDPR and DPDP Act, European Act or DPDP. India's act, it's tell about the consent, data access, erasure, and portability. Ki how much the GDPR Act is more reliable as compared to DPDP Act. Now we move towards the enforcement ensures that big tech power imbalance, weak institutional capability, users unaware of rights, difficult enforcing laws in global companies. What happened, as we all know, many big tech companies are involving India to other countries also. So what happened, we can't restore, we can't save our data from those company. It necessary that our data from move one country to another country. So what happened, that is a glitch in our personal data. Now I don't want to take so much time. I goes to the recommendation and suggestion. Strengthen the enforcement mechanism, increase digital literacy, regulate artificial intelligence, build cross-border data rules, promote privacy by design, encourage collaboration, strengthens users' rights, and eighth, promote ethical data culture. What happened, these recommendations show that privacy protection is not just a legal duty, but a collective responsibility. By following them,
Yeah,
India can truly.
Anjali.
Yes.
Anjali, I want to ask that all these things have already been given in DPDP Act.
Yes, ma'am.
So, what different you are going to recommend?
Yes, ma'am. What happened in DPDP Act, there is a section in third, the word use legitimate use. In that legitimate use, what happened, they just embedded the word legitimate use, but they did not define it. they said that government can use our data as per their priority basis, as per their requirement, anytime, but without informing us.
No, but it is when we read the section on notice. So in the notice, each and everything is being mentioned. We cannot go deeper into word by word interpretation by the legislation. So just reflect on it, whatever I have suggested. It is just for your improvement and for suggestion.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah. And I think your last few minutes conclude. Then we
yes,
can move to the next.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
I would like to conclude my presentation. To conclude, privacy in digital age is not a luxury. It's a necessary. Protecting privacy protect from freedom, dignity, and democracy. From Brussels to Bharat, the journey shows that the laws, ethics, and public awareness must go hand in hand. If we stay informed, demand accountability, and adopt ethical practice, we can safeguard our digital lives and truly become the guardian of our own data. Thank you, everyone. Any further questions? Am I audible?
So, ma'am, can we proceed further, or do we have question for the participant? Tiwari sir, Gagandeep ma'am, can we proceed further?
Ji ma'am, yes, we should proceed further. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Okay, so our ninth participant, Lashita Marikat and Ritik Khurana, Professor N.R. Madhava, Menon Interdisciplinary Center for Research Ethics in Punjab and Haryana High Court. They are presenting Borderless Connectivity, Bordered Compliance, a comparison of data privacy in GDPR and the DPDP Act.
Thank you so much for that warm welcome. A very good afternoon to the chair and to all my learned colleagues out there. So before I proceed with my slide, I would just want you to think and pause for a moment. As we stand today at this critical, crucial juncture in the digital era, where data is considered a new oil, we are witnessing a very intensifying clash between the borderless nature of digital economies and the rigid, bordered reality of national sovereignty. So what our research intends to do is to dissect this tension by comparing the golden standard of GDPR with the new entrant, which is the DPDP Act. So to understand the ground reality, first we need to understand what exactly is the privacy paradox. Now, when I talk about privacy paradox, we seldom do not act in a manner which we want to do. We talk so much of privacy, we fight for privacy, but are we really skeptical of that much of privacy in the digital space is a question that we need to ask ourselves. Let's just take an example for now. We are all having so much social media platform, very active in ourselves. Whenever we use them, we have a user agreement which talks about the terms and conditions. Although we are digitally literate, we are all educated in ourselves, but do we actually take time to read them on? Very seldom, no. The answer is going to be a no. And that exactly shows my point. What we actually fight for is not what we actually do. And that's the privacy paradox which I'm talking about. And that is the research question that we are posing here. Even though we talk about GDPR and DPDP Act in itself having the pros and the cons, we ourselves are not really taking enough precautions for the privacy which we are fighting for. In this, what the literature review we have taken up is a basis of the case law, on basis of the key theories and framework, because we cannot afford to do more beyond a quantitative research. Now, for key theories, I have taken about the older method of theory by Brandes and Warren, which is right to be left alone. We all know about it, where we have fought for how important it is to protect our privacy in the digital, there was no digital space, but on the basis of technology. That is a picture that has come up in a newspaper. Coming to the modern theory, which is of Daniel Solvay, wherein he talked about taxonomy of privacy. In that, he mentioned that privacy does not mean secrecy. Privacy means even those minute details which you can collaborate and contribute together to, to associate to someone, then that there itself comes and a breach of privacy. So we need to make sure this, along with the secondary uses. Say, suppose we are making an order in Zomato and we are giving our phone numbers and other details. It should be only used for that particular purpose and nothing beyond that, not to credit score us, not to, look at our income basis and so forth. So that is what exactly Daniel Solvay has mentioned in his theory, privacy of taxonomy. Coming back to the modern surveillance, if we have already know about Benham and Foray, where he has mentioned that we need to make sure that it's like a prison where there is a guard who's already in constant surveillance of all the prisoners in the jail. Similarly, even though we are doing some action in the digital space, we think we are not watched, but in fact we are watched by the governments, by the platform intermediaries. We are getting watched. So somewhere there are times when we do self-regulations, but most of the time we neglect that and we ourselves deal with giving out our privacy. So as I said, the methodology which I've used here is qualitative because the DPDP Act is in itself a baby act, which is just coming to picture. And we just have the DPDP rules draft, which is recently now.
Madam Lakshita, please be precise and come to the conclusion part because we have less time.
I'm sorry for this. The conclusion, what I want to try to say is that rather than bringing forth the point of saying that we do not have rules in place, what we need to do is whatever rules we have right now, we are not utilizing the same, and we are expecting that in digital community, everything has to be put forth on the plate. It doesn't work that way. Even GDPR has got its shortcoming, but we are trying to work it out in a manner that we can bring forth it into the global plane and work together so that even if the data flows towards other nations, we are still able to curb the menace. And for that, the recommendations, what we have brought forth is in terms of we have to first educate ourselves rather than leaving everything to the government to legislate and give it to us. So first thing we have to do is educate ourselves. Second thing is that we already have certain, there are no laws which are perfect in place. So we have to learn from them and make sure that we align with the international standards. And the most important thing is AI governance, which is in its peak. Already we have EU AI Act, which is in place. And to anything to come up as a legislature, it takes time. So, but that is what we have to learn from. That's what we're exactly putting forth for. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. You have made such a wonderful presentation. And you have done a very good comparison because I also teach the same subject. So just for out of curiosity, I would like to know, ma'am, like GDPR, obviously it is a role model, but not mandatory. So what do you suggest, like how India can, so we can't adopt the same thing.
Right.
So how we can go ahead than this GDPR, like why to copy the same thing? So what is your observation? What extra we can do in India?
Thank you so much, ma'am, for posing that question. I'm sad that I was not able to put in my full effort on this and explain to you in detail, because this is exactly my point. When the whole world is following GDPR, that is the Brussels effect.
Yes.
But we are 1 in a million who still, precisely think about our sovereignty, and we are not copying. We are only incorporating the precise things that we need. Because if you see in the children below 18 years is what we have given, when they have given it as 16 years. And the verified consent of the parents is more stronger when it comes to ours than theirs. So actually ours is, I would say GDPR has to learn from us. There are a lot of things that we need to give and take. It's just that I most of the time feel that whenever I come for presentations, I see that people mostly say GDPR goes here and we are still lagging behind and we need to come up. So what, even here when I heard they talk about right to be forgotten, right to erasure and things like that, what I need to tell my humble scholars, to all the humble people out here, is let's promote ourselves and make sure that we are better in ourselves. And it's not that we need to copy someone. They should look at us and tell that we are the best and we need to take it from them.
So
that's what I would love to see.
We are on the same line in this context, GPDP and GDPR. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure listening to you. Thank you.
Same, ma'am. Thank you. Thanks to all of you and a great day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your experience with us. Now, let us move ahead with our 10th participant. We have K. Ankita Rao and Vishakha Sakharkar, Assistant Professor, Law, Kalinga University, Raipur. They are presenting the commons that feed the machines, policy reflections on AI's use of public. Please come forward.
Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, your screen is visible and you are also visible and audible. Please proceed.
Thank you so much. So, respected chair, fellow participants, and the audience, good afternoon. I am Vishakha Sakharkar, and along with my colleague, Ms. K. Ankita Rao, I am presenting the paper on the commons that feed the machine, policy reflections on AI and use of public domain work. Just wanted to confirm, is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am, your screen
Yes,
is
it is
visible.
visible, ma'am. Visible and you are
Okay,
audible.
okay. Thank you. Thank you, sir. So we know that we live in the age of technology, and artificial intelligence systems are developed on large language and generative models and are heavily reliant on large quantities of data in the form of texts, visuals, audios, which comes from the material in the public domain. Now, public domain material is serving as the raw material for the proprietary models built on the large AI firms rather than contributing to the shared cultural commons. With reference to the artificial
Madam
intelligence,
Vishakha, let me
yes, sir.
request you don't read the screen. Please come to the problem which you have find in the research article and come to the conclusion part. What is your outcome in this entire research? That is
Okay,
what
sir.
we listen.
All right. So the problem that we have found is that the public domain material is primarily free for everybody to use in general. But with regard to the AI models that are developing, what they are doing is they are scrapping up the public domain and they are reducing the ambit of it and utilizing that material for their own practical purposes and for making money. With regard to the use of the intellectual property, they are primarily not following the mandate of the law of the doctrine of public domain, and they're scrapping the layer of the public domain. Over to my co-presenter. She'll be dealing with the recommendations and the suggestion part. Over to you, Ankita.
Yes, thank you so much, Vishakha ma'am. I would just like to confirm if I'm visible and audible.
Yes, very much.
Yes, so just take over from what Vishakha ma'am has already given to us, that the main problem that we have identified in this particular piece of research is that while public domain work is essentially free for everybody to use, these AI technologies, what they're essentially trying to do is create a sort of a layer between the public on the public domain material and not letting the end user use it in the ways which were possible before the use of a particular AI. Now, I would be taking over from the section of jurisdictional analysis where we have tried to discuss how different countries are dealing with the AI training on public domain materials and what this means for copyright and the future of the commons as such. So beginning with how the United States has done it, the United States majorly relies on the fair use doctrine under Section 107 of its Copyright Act. And the courts have often accepted in the United States that AI training is transformative in nature, which is similar to how a human reads and then creates something of its own. So there are many cases in this regard, such as the Authors Guild versus Google and the recent case of Barthes versus Anthropic, which reflect this approach of the United States. Now, this means that AI companies can freely scrap even the public domain materials and build private commercial models of their own. US also does not have any database rights of
Yeah,
right of
Ankita.
its own.
Hi,
Yes,
you
ma'am.
have taken such a important topic because copyright
Yes,
AI. So after doing such a in-depth research, I'm so glad
Yes,
like
ma'am.
you have studied jurisdiction also. What do you feel on whom liability should be imposed, and whether AI created content and prompt gives a liability and a copyright to a person who gives a prompt? So what are your say on this?
Ma'am, actually, this is a completely different approach of our research paper. We are not actually delving into who the author should be or who the owner should be of a particular piece of work, and whether the liability actually is on the AI companies. What we are dealing with is the materials that are in the public domain, which are not covered by copyright as such, whether they are being used in such a manner as to re-commercialize them. That is the topic of it.
But Ankita, the material which is in public domain, that is in public domain because of it is eligible to be in public domain because it completes some years, like the work of Rabindranath Tagore. It is in public domain because it has completed that time span. So over
Yes, ma'am.
that, I don't think so. Copyright can be claimed because, yeah, you say like this is my
Yes, ma'am,
observation.
definitely. Definitely. This is the exact point of research that we came across, that of course there is absolutely no copyright that is available on these materials. And public domain is public domain because it is free for everybody to use. What these AI companies are doing is actually putting these public domain works into their own databases, creating a sort of a layer on this public domain and not letting the general public access this particular public domain. The works that are falling into the public domain, essentially
Then who is
re-commercializing the work.
Then who to whom you are fixing a responsibility?
Ma'am, the responsibility is of course on the AI companies, but we have certain recommendations in this regard that we could go
Please come
ahead
to
with,
that.
and we could tell
Please
you.
come to that.
Yes, ma'am. Vishaka ma'am, could you please go to the slide where we have discussed the recommendation?
Yes, sure.
Okay, so now let me briefly move the policy reflections that we have dealt with and the sort of recommendations that are there. The first is, of course, many times dealt with this, that there has to be a transparency requirement that has to be there, which means that many AI data sets which suffer from misattribution and licensing errors, they need mandatory disclosure of the sources. They need stronger licensing terms and technological solutions like the provenance tracking, which is the source tracking. So a public domain respect clause for this matter could be required by the companies to declare how they use public domain cultural resources. The second is harmonizing TDM internationally, which means that countries which essentially I had dealt with this in the previous section where we had dealt with jurisdiction analysis, that how different countries have different TDM rules. And this leads to a lot of data arbitrage, where companies train in most permissive jurisdictions. Now, international bodies like maybe WIPO, they should work toward minimum global setting minimum global standards and safe harbors. Now, the third is fair data sharing. Companies benefiting from public domain material should share the value, maybe in the form of data, trust, or benefit sharing, support digitization, etc. And we also propose that a cultural rights impact assessment should be involved for community heritage purposes. The fourth is balancing innovation and access. Now we have to understand that the goal is not to restrict innovation, but to prevent enclosure of something that is already in the public domain. So the possible approaches in this regard could be conditional access models, time-bound exclusivity contracts, common preserving license terms, and antitrust scrutiny of exclusive data deals. The last suggestion that we have is for the ethical considerations, especially looking at the global south, the issue becomes especially serious because many cultural archives are under digitized, and yet big technology companies extract what is available and commercialize it. So Western trained models also risk misrepresenting minority cultures.
Yeah, thank you, Ankita, so much. Only one of my suggestion is kindly also include recommendations, keeping in view the legislations, like what
Right.
amendments we can make in the legislation. Yeah, thank you so
Ma'am,
much.
the only problem is that public domain has not been defined anywhere under any
Yes.
of the intellectual property rights.
But now
And
we need it when AI has come.
Yes.
And this work is being used by them without giving acknowledgement.
Right.
I think acknowledgement is automatically being given. You have taken a very, very important topic and do write and publish in this. I hope
Yes, ma'am, we have
readers would
already
love to
submitted
read
our
on
full
this.
paper.
Yeah. Thank you. We
And
can
thank
move
you
to
so
the
much, ma'am.
next.
Thank you so much.
It was a pleasure to speak in front of all of you. Thank you so much. Have a good day,
Thank
everyone.
you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, participants, for your participation. Now, let's move ahead with our 10th participant, Mr. Irfan Khan, Section Officer, Administration, Aligarh Muslim University. He will be presenting Invisible Authorship, the challenges of detecting and regulating AI-generated plagiarism in scientific publishing. So, please proceed.
Respected sir, please unmute yourself. You are not audible to us. No, sir, still you are not audible to us.
Audible now?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah. A very good afternoon to each and every participant, to the chairperson, the president of the session, if any. I extend my heartfelt welcome to each and every one of you. My name is Irfan Khan. I'm working as administrative officer in the Aligarh Muslim University, Aligarh. And the title of my research synthesis is Invisible Authorship, the Challenges of Detecting and Regulating AI-Generated Plagiarism in Scientific Publishing. So I would request Dr. Gagandeep and Mr. Tiwari, do not take it otherwise. Kindly do not intervene in between, because, you know, in the 7 minutes approximately that have been allotted to me, I just want to not be, interrupted in between. Yes. So I'll just begin with introduction. See, the landscape of scientific publishing is undergoing an unprecedented transformation driven by the rapid integration of artificial intelligence in the research and writing process. AI, particularly large language models such as OpenAI's ChatGPT and Google Bard, are now widely accessible tools that not only assist researchers in manuscript preparation, but can autonomously generate and rewrite complex academic texts with human-like fluency, of course. While these technological advancements bring remarkable efficiency, inclusivity, and expanded creative potential to scholarly communication, they also pose profound challenges that threaten the foundational pillars of academic integrity, authenticity, transparency, and of course, accountability. Foremost among these challenges is the emergence of what has been termed invisible authorship, the covert use of AI-powered rewriting tools that can deftly transform plagiarized content, be it entire passages or conceptual ideas, into syntactically and lexically novel text. This invisibility cloak enables the concealed incorporation of unattributed intellectual property in scientific manuscripts, circumventing standard plagiarism detection methods that rely predominantly on surface level textual similarity and confounding nascent AI authorship detection systems that analyze stylistic and linguistic signatures. Now I'll quickly move on to the objectives of the study. The objectives of the study are implicitly derived from the three paramount literature gaps identified in the literature review section, serving as the study's driving imperatives. Number one, addressing technical detection voids by empirically evaluating how current plagiarism detection and AI authorship tools fail against AI rewritten plagiarized content. Number two, remedying ethical and policy incoherence through analysis of global institutional frameworks. And number three, alleviating practitioner uncertainty via faculty surveys on awareness, risks, and needs. These objectives are operationalized through the methodology, including controlled empirical tests of AI tools, ChatGPT, Google Bard, small SEO rewriter on plagiarized mashup texts, policy content analysis of 20 international institutions, and surveys of 50 faculty across disciplines, all unified under the cardinal research question in section 4.1 of the research paper that I have submitted for publication. That is, to what extent can AI-based rewriting tools modify plagiarized academic texts to successfully evade existing plagiarism detection systems and AI authorship detectors, and what are the resulting implications for research integrity and academic policy? Though everybody knows that literature review is the backbone of any research synthesis, I'll quickly move on to the discussion, result, and conclusion. Summary of gaps and research imperatives I've already provided. Research question, I've already told you what's the research question. Research methodology, we have empirical evaluation of AI rewriting and plagiarism detection. Within that, we have data collection and construction of plagiarized sample texts, selection of AI rewriting tools, already I have mentioned. We have selected 3, ChatGPT 3.5 OpenAI. Number 2 is Google Bard, and number 3 is a small SEO rewriter. Now, the plagiarism detection tools employed. The rewritten outputs underwent evaluation by 3 leading plagiarism detection tools frequently employed in academic publishing. Turnitin, which utilizes a proprietary similarity matching algorithm integrated with AI-enhanced features widely adopted by academic institutions. Number 2, we have small SEO plagiarism checker, known for rapid scanning against web and publication databases. Grammarly plagiarism checker combines this particular plagiarism checker combines grammar checking with text similarity index. Then we have AI authorship detection tools, ZeroGPT and Content Director.ai. We'll quickly move down to policy and regulatory framework analysis. We have within this particular section, we have academic institutions and policy selection. An interpretive, an international sample and 20 academic institutions was purposely selected to reflect geographic, disciplinary, and size diversity. Inclusion criteria favored universities and research bodies known for active engagement in research ethics and publication policy development. We have document collection and analysis procedures, faculty survey methodology. Within that, we have participant recruitment and sampling, survey instrument design. Yes, this is very important. The survey instrument included closed and open-ended items aimed at eliciting, number 1, awareness of AI rewriting tools and detection technologies. Second, perceptions of the risks and ethical dilemmas posed by AI-generated plagiarism. Number 3, familiarity with institutional policies addressing AI authorship. Number 4, experience with enforcement challenges. Number 5, suggestions for policy or technological improvements. Then we have data analysis and something of key importance, we have ethical considerations. In adherence to research ethics protocols, all human subjects, faculty survey participants provided informed consent and confidentiality was rigorously maintained. Institutional review approval was obtained prior to data collection. The handling of plagiarized text samples was strictly confined to controlled academic research purposes, ensuring no unauthorized dissemination. Then we have limitations and mitigation. Recognizing potential limitations, the study mitigated bias through repeated trials of AI rewriting, cross-validation across multiple plagiarism detection platforms, and triangulation with qualitative policy and survey data. Nonetheless, the rapidly evolving nature of AI technologies suggests continuous monitoring and iterative research will be necessary beyond this foundational study. Now we have got the results. First, we have AI rewriting tools and plagiarism detection outcomes. The primary concern was assessing the extent to which AI rewriting tools could modify plagiarized academic texts to evade plagiarism detection systems. And that was the research question throughout the research synthesis. This has to be answered. This had to be answered. 3 prominent AI rewriting platforms, ChatGPT, Google Bard, and Small SEO Rewriter was subjected to rigorous testing across multiple controlled plagiarized mashup samples. Each sample was run through the AI rewriting prompts multiple times to capture variability in rewording strategies. AI authorship detection efficacy. Then we have institutional policy analysis and gaps that I've already stated earlier as research objectives. Now, faculty survey findings. Out of 50 faculty respondents spanning STEM, social sciences, and humanities, 62% reported moderate to low confidence in current plagiarism and AI detection tools' ability to identify AI-mediated plagiarism. Concerns centered on rapid AI capability advancements, outpacing detection technologies, and the absence of clear institutional policies. Dear participants, I'm a stage 4 cancer patient. Please bear with me. I cannot keep pace with you guys, young minds. I'll have to go by my own pace. I'm having more than 50 tumors in my bilateral lungs. Need your prayers as well. I just did not want to mention this, but since my pace is comparatively low as compared to other, young participants, please bear with me.
Sir, you are wonderful, and I'm really surprised to the topic you have taken is very unique. The way you are presenting is much better than youngsters, sir.
Thank you so much. God bless you for each and every word of appreciation that you have uttered so far.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'll take 2-3 minutes. 2
Sure,
minutes
sir.
at its
Yeah,
most.
sure.
Yeah, respondents expressed the subjects as respondents expressed an urgent need for, number 1, AI literacy programs addressing ethical boundaries and detection tool use. Number 2, clear enforceable policies obligating AI usage disclosure. Training for faculty and students on responsible AI integration into research writing. There is a summary table of key quantitative research that should be shown. And then there are interpretive insights. And then the most important part is the discussion. The findings of this research synthesis compellingly illustrate the formidable challenges that AI-generated rewriting tools pose to the detection and regulation of plagiarism in scientific publishing. The multifaceted analysis spanning empirical testing of AI rewriting and detection tools, policy framework evaluation, and faculty perceptions uncovers critical insights about the interplay between advancing technology and academic integrity norms. By the way, I must tell you very honestly, with absolute integrity, that this particular PowerPoint presentation has been generated on the basis of my self-written research paper. It has been prepared by AI. So very quickly, I'll move on to, yes. The synthesis of results advocates for a holistic multi-planner strategy to mitigate risks arising from AI-enabled invisible plagiarism, technical integration, hybrid detection systems that combine traditional lexical similarity algorithms with semantic analysis, stylometric profiling, and metadata forensics can improve detection efficacy. Continuous benchmarking against emergent AI models and adversarial rewriting tactics remains crucial for sustaining technological relevance. PublishingState.com 2025. Policy innovation: institutions must develop AI-specific regulations that mandate disclosure of AI assistance in scholarly writing and clarify boundaries between permissible editing and unethical rewriting. Enforcement policies should be transparent, fair, and supported by advisory frameworks to guide decision-making on ambiguous cases. COPE 2025. Now, the limitations and future research directions. While the synthesis covers diverse dimensions, it acknowledges certain intrinsic limitations as well. Rapid AI technological advancements mean that detection tools may soon be outpaced by novel rewriting algorithms, necessitating ongoing evaluation. Additionally, geographic and disciplinary biases in institutional policy sampling limit generalizability. Broader survey could enhance representativeness. Future research should examine the efficacy of integrated detection frameworks in real-world editorial workflows and explore normative models for AI authorship disclosure in publication ethics. Studies assessing longitudinal impacts of AI literacy interventions on research behavior will further illuminate pathways to sustainable integrity governance. Now, one small paragraph on conclusion I'll read. AI rewriting tools represent a transformative yet double-edged force within specific publishing. Their capacity to invisibly modify plagiarized content circumvents traditional detection and challenges academic integrity. This paper's integrative, empirical, and policy review reveals critical deficiencies in detection efficacy and regulatory frameworks. Sustained investment in detection technologies, policy reform, mandating AI disclosure, and educational initiatives are paramount to safeguarding the scholarly record. Only through multidimensional coordinated action can the academic community maintain trust and credibility in the face of advancing AI capabilities. The invisible authorship challenge sits at the intersection of technology, ethics, and governance. It compels a reimagining of scholarly accountability in which transparency about AI contributions becomes a foundational norm, not an afterthought. Achieving this reimagining requires sustained collaborative action. Researchers, educators, editors, policymakers, and technologists must co-create a resilient integrity architecture that guards the credibility of science while embracing the transformative potential of AI as a tool for rigorous, responsible scholarship. Safeguarding the integrity of the scientific record in the AI era demands proactive, multi-layered strategies grounded in empirical evidence, normative clarity, and a shared commitment to ethical excellence. The path forward is clear. Integrate advanced detection technologies with explicitly AI disclosure policies, elevate education and culture around AI in scholarship, and pursue international collaboration to harmonize standards that protect the trust at the heart of scientific progress. Thank you so much. Thank you so very much. Any question from Mr. Tiwari and Madam Gaur?
Thank you so much, Irfan Khan sir. The way you presented was wonderful. Your title was very unique, Invisible Author. So thank you so much for your presentation. As such, no questions from my side.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. God bless you.
So we can move to the next.
Yes, for sure. What a unique idea and a great presentation. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today. And really, we learned a lot from you, from your presentation. It was really a unique idea. And apart from that, what we have learned today is time doesn't bar us. It's us who barred ourselves. Apart from facing a lot of problems, you are still here because of your determination. So thank you so much for joining. So our next participant is Swaraj Tash, School of Economics, XIM University, Bhubaneswar, and he will be presenting the economics of creativity in the algorithmic age, rethinking music, authorship, and intellectual property under generative AI.
Madam, I think it is visible, ma'am.
Yes, you are audible and your screen is visible.
Thank you, ma'am.
But you are not visible. Please turn on your camera.
Ma'am, I have difficulty here, a network problem, not getting. It is uploading, that's a great thing in itself. So kindly allow me to present, ma'am.
All right, sir, please proceed ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Tiwari and Professor Kaur, all the esteemed organizers and fellow participants. There were so many presentations on AI or AI related things, and mine is also related to generative AI. My topic is the economics of creativity in the algorithmic age, rethinking music authorship and intellectual property under generative AI. Here, my key focus is how generative AI is disrupting the global music industry's economic, legal, and cultural foundations and the necessary policy responses in various countries, including India. And my recommendation is to create AI musical censor board under the umbrella organization AI Copyright Censor Board, like as you find in India, the Film Censor Board. Because it is not only about authorship, it is about the economic aspect also. And there, all the conflicts come from the economic aspect. That is why a regulatory authority is to be there. And as all of you know, the Copyright Act 1957 amended later in 2008. Okay, that doesn't cover AI authorship, and that is still under dispute. So against this background, I am going to present. Actually, traditional IPR frameworks, many of them, they have never conceptualized the advent of AI or Gen AI, that is generative AI, like ChatGPT, Gemini AI, like that. And generally, the assumptions were artistic value derives from human creativity and authorship. Intellectual property rights incentivize creation by granting exclusive rights. Artists can manage how their works are used. Remuneration flows through recognized industry channels. So these were the assumptions. But later, the advent of Gen AI actually has challenged these core assumptions, and still we are away from the regulatory framework. What is the legal conundrum? The authorship of fully AI generated works, they are not recognized as author, and they don't have, because AI is not accepted as a legal person. Okay, so the question comes, can fully AI generated content to be protected by copyright at all? Because in the musical industry, you find several works are AI generated, and they are appropriated, misappropriated by many people. And as such, computer generated works, they have not been recognized. Although to some extent, the UK or the English law has taken recognition, but you find in the US, China, in the EU, that is European Union, you don't find the acceptance of fully AI generated content. And particularly the problem comes from the training of data and copyright infringement that is happening. Generative models, which rely on vast data sets of existing human-created music, okay, which fed to large language models, and then the generative AI creates music and songs. We find that that is not regulated, and therefore ethical, legal concerns are coming, and economic considerations are there, contestations are there, and therefore it is a gap area. It is a dark area. It is not invisible authorship. It is very much visible authorship, but illegal till now. So the question is whether there should be any legal framework, any regulatory framework. And so if you go to the European Union, you find that they have a proposal of sui generis right. Okay, but they want to take a recognition of AI generated works, but still it is far away. Nothing has come to the fore, and data transparency and licensing, still they are debating on it. So this is the problem we find.
Yeah, Swaraj, very
Yeah,
nice
ma'am.
presentation. Could you please come to the conclusion?
Yeah, ma'am. Thank you. So, madam, as I have already told that in the USA also, they totally depend on human authorship, and hybrid works means mix of human and AI, that is in use, but litigations are frequently happening. That is not settled also, no court settlement is there. And in India also, there is, okay, it is a totally gap. Aging is there, and computational copyright is not there. Automation
Yeah,
by
so
design is
what is your conclusion of this paper?
yeah,
What do you
ma'am.
find out of all this?
Yeah, I suggest that there should be an anti-fraud platform so that things can be checked, and like the uh, film censor board, there should be musical censor board, which should evaluate the work by its merit, where human and AI generated or fully AI generated, and what is the conflict of economic interests happening. So that is my proposal, that one musical censor board should be created, and that would take care of all the cases, and it will grant only then publication should happen of AI generated content, AI generated music.
क्या होगा कैसे होगी क्या बात हो गई
Ma'am, I
Yeah,
am
is it?
proposing for musical censor board.
Yeah, I have read, right? I have read. So anything else? This is a very good suggestion because keeping in view the AI, we also need those provisions
Yes,
which
ma'am.
can deal with those challenges.
Yeah, ma'am.
Very nice, very nice. Thank you. Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. So nice.
So I hope all presentations have been completed.
Yes, ma'am. Now we are winding up this session.
As we come towards the conclusion of today's session, I take this opportunity to express heartfelt gratitude. A sincere thanks to our honorable guests, Dr. Pramod Tiwari sir and Dr. Gagandeep Kaur ma'am, for sharing their time, experience, and wisdom. Your insights have enriched us and inspired us to think more deeply about the legal and ethical dimensions of technology. I also extend my appreciation to all the participants for their valuable contributions, active engagement, and thoughtful discussions. A special thanks to the organizing committee, faculty members, volunteers, and technical team for making this event possible. As future lawyers, researchers, professionals, and thinkers, let us be the ones who push boundaries responsibly, who innovate ethically, and who lead with integrity. Thank you all once again. Thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, I just want to thank IPM Law Academy for giving me this wonderful opportunity. I'm thankful to my session chair, Professor Pramod Tiwari ji and Yogesh sir, the organization team, and the wonderful participants. They have presented on very recent and important topics. I hope it will come up with a wonderful publication. Thank you. Thank you so much from my side.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. Now I request all the participants to please join the valedictory session, which will be starting at 4 p.m. Till then, you can leave because on the same link, we will be starting our technical session 2.
Hello.
क्या नाम था? कविता। कविता, मेरे सामान रख दो।
Hmm? Am I audible to you all? A very good afternoon to everyone present here, respected dignitaries, distinguished speakers, esteemed faculty members, honored guests, and dear participants. I, Pragya Singh, LLB first year student, extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to all of you to the 6th International Conference on Law and Technology, Ethics, Regulations, and Innovation. Here, we are presenting Track 2, Artificial Intelligence, Law, Ethics, and Digital Governance. We live in a world where the pace of technology is not just fast, it is transformational. Artificial intelligence, big data, blockchain, cyber forensics, biotechnology, virtual courts, e-commerce, technology is rewriting the rules of society every single day. But progress without values is incomplete. Innovation without ethics is dangerous, and technology without regulations can create more harm than good. That is why today's theme, ethics, regulations, and innovation, is not just a topic, it is a mission, a responsibility, a call to action. As students, researchers, and legal thinkers, we are here not merely to observe the future, but to help build it. Brick by brick, law by law, idea by idea. Let this conference ignite conversations that spark vision, spark courage, and spark change. Now, it is my privilege to introduce and welcome our esteemed guests who are pillars of academic excellence and leadership. Dr. Purnima Gupta Ma'am, Associate Professor of Law at MAIMS GGSIP University, brings 17 years of academic experience and is a trained mediator and certified POSH trainer, a sought-after resource person on POXO, POSH, ADR, and women's rights. She serves as the convener of Legal Services Clinic Vidhi Mitra, leading impactful community legal awareness initiatives through Nukkad Nataks, campaigns, and outreach programs. She also heads the Model United Nations at MAIMS and has chaired national and international conferences, authored 3 books, and judged several moot courts and ADR competition. Welcome, ma'am. Now we have Professor Dr. Shipra Gupta Ma'am, Professor and Academic Coordinator, Department of Law, DU Molana, is an accomplished academic with 18 plus years of teaching experience. She has previously served as HOD at Chandigarh University and Professor and Principal at Bharat College of Law. With a strong research profile, she has supervised numerous LLM and PhD scholars, presented papers at national and international forums, published 68 research papers, authored 8 books, participated in 23 faculty development courses, and holds 5 patents to her name. We honored by your presence, your wisdom and experience elevate the value of the conference. Let us welcome them. Welcome, ma'am. I also extend my heartfelt welcome to all the participants, students, scholars, professionals, and academians joining us today. Your presence reflects curiosity, passion, and the desire to make a meaningful contribution to the evolving world of law and technology. Each one of you brings a new perspective, and together we enrich the depth of this conference. With immense excitement and gratitude, I now declare the 6th International Conference on Law and Technology officially open. May each session today challenge our thinking, spark new ideas, and guide us towards responsible innovation. With that, we are starting with our first participant, Mr. Masood Amran Samuel, Metropolitan University, Salhet. He is presenting the impact of artificial intelligence on cyber security laws. So please proceed further with your presentation.
So we are proceeding further.
we are calling Mr. Imran Ahmed, apprentice lawyer, district and session judge, Court, Dhaka. He will be presenting the effectiveness of cyber laws in Bangladesh, a comparative analysis with India. So please come forward. Our next participants, Abu Said, Mahinur Rahman, Pamel, Jareen Akhtar, Salvib, or Radul Chakraborty, College of Petroleum Engineering, China University of Petroleum, Beijing. They will be presenting Understanding Trust in Artificial Intelligence for Climate Resilience across disciplinary student study. So please come forward and present your research work.
Sure.
So kindly switch on your mic and share your PPTs. We are waiting for your presentation.
Yeah, is this visual? Is this visible? Hello, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are audible.
Okay. Please start.
Ma'am, actually, you are not audible to us. Your PPT is visible. You are visible, but you are not audible.
Not audible. Okay, sorry. But what's the problem? Am I audible right now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Well, so a very good afternoon, everyone. I'm very pleased to be here to present our research work titled Understanding AI in Artificial Intelligence for Climate Resilience, a cross-disciplinary student study. So here's my co-authors' names are presented in this slide, and I would like to present our research work in here. So before starting my presentation, let me introduce myself. This is Jareen Akhtar Salvi, Bachelor Students of Metropolitan University, Department of Computer Science and Engineering from Bangladesh. So let me start my presentation with the table of content. So here's the table of content of our research work that started with introduction part and ended with conclusion part with methodology section and result and discussion sections. So in introduction, we know that climate change is one of the most pressing global challenges, and artificial intelligence is becoming an essential tool for climate modeling, early warning systems, and environmental decision making. However, the effectiveness of AI depends heavily on public trust, especially
Sorry to
among
interrupt you,
students.
ma'am, but your PPT is not visible.
Sorry, is this not visible?
No, you are visible, your voice is clear, but your PPT is not visible.
Hello, Salvi. Just share your screen.
Okay, I just shared. My screen is shared as far as I like. Sorry, this is shared. I have already shared my screen. Like, what's going on?
Your co-author can share. Meanwhile, you can speak.
Okay.
Yeah, I will just share the screen and she will just speak.
Okay.
Not an issue.
Okay, thank you.
Is my screen visible?
Not fully yet. Not visible actually.
Yes, yes, it is
Yes,
visible
and
now.
now it is.
All right.
Okay, moving to the introduction part, please. Okay, well, sorry for this technical error. Okay, so here this slide actually highlights some pillars that shaped our motivation. Started with innovation, like AI introduces new capabilities for climate forecasting and resilience planning, as well as in strategy. Many national and international climate strategies now include AI-driven tools, and also in productivity, AI increases the speed and accuracy of climate data processing. And lastly, in growth, responsible AI use supports long-term sustainable development. So with these motivations, our study focuses on understanding how young professionals perceive climate AI, not only technically, but also ethically. So next slide, please. Next slide, please. Am I audible? Next slide. Okay. So here's the objectives of our research work. Our study reveals several key objectives. Most significant one is we identifies the key ethical concerns which influence trust, including transparency, accountability, and fairness. Followed by we evaluate how students perceive the technical efficiency and ethical legitimacy of climate-focused AI system. Moreover, we assess students' readiness as future professionals to use, regulate, and critically evaluate. So, rest of 2 hours, we try to analyze how disciplinary background actually shape, and also we try to analyze how disciplinary background shapes, and we actually optimize that the we actually explore the pattern of accountable optimism among students. So next slide, please. So we actually collected our data set from various regions such as Bangladesh, France, India, Australia, China, Japan, Canada. So we actually got most of the responses from Bangladesh, followed by China, followed by Canada, and lastly from India. So that actually gives us a rich international data set for comparison. So our methodology actually followed several systematic stages that started with research hypothesis and planning, that followed by questionnaire development, data normalizations, also data collection, statistical analysis and discussion, and lastly, ethical implications. So next slide, please. So here's the questionnaire development flow. In our questionnaire consisted of 4 components such as demographic, familiarity, trust, and ethics, and open-ended responses. So we used here 5-point Likert scale to measure trust, transparency, fairness, and accountability. Also used mixed question type, including multiple choice, yes or no, and open-ended prompts to ensure that we captured both structured responses and deeper reflections from participants. So to ensure reliability, the questionnaire was reviewed by expert and pilot tested on a small group of students. So we included ethics-focused items to measure concerns about bias, justice, unequal access, and institutional accountability. So the final open-ended question actually allowed participants to suggest the ethical safeguard they believe should guide the use of AI in climate action. So these helped us understand not only how student thinks, but why they actually think in that way. So next slide, please. So in resultant discussion slide, we can see that here's more than 95% of students describe themselves as familiar or very familiar with AI tools, meaning that they already understand the basic capabilities and limitations of AI systems. So when we looked at trust in AI fairness, we can observe cautious optimism, that is 75% actually partially trust AI systems to be fair. So only 14.5% fully trust them and 10.5% express no trust. So this shows that while students see potential in AI, they remain unsure whether algorithms treat different groups equally or not. So regarding government use of AI, 61.6% actually support the idea. However, a notable portion remains neutral or opposed, indicating that trust depends on transparent and responsible implementations. So finally, we found very strong support for human oversight, that is 87.2%. Students believe that AI used in climate decisions must always be supervised by humans. So students clearly see AI as a tool, not a replacement for human judgment. So next slide, please. So here we can see a significant majority, that is 75.5% students believe that AI systems for climate action must be transparent and understandable. So this aligns with global discussions on the need for explainable AI. So students also expressed strong data privacy concerns, especially regarding how environmental or personal data might be collected and used. So perceived ethical risks included algorithmic bias, unequal access, and the possibility of reinforcing existing inequalities. So these findings indicate that ethical considerations are central to the students' trust, not secondary. Next slide, please. So here we can see that students are generally open to accepting AI-generated advice, but almost with human oversight. So this reflects the belief that AI should support, not replace human decision makers. So we also found high interest in AI ethics education, showing that students want to understand how AI works and how risk can be mitigated and how responsible governance can be ensured. So this commitment to learning indicates a readiness to become responsible users.
Please conclude your presentation.
Okay, please conclusion part. So here's the key insights of our paper. That students welcome innovation but insist on strong safeguards. They view AI as a partner that should be co-regulated alongside human judgment. So they expect transparency, fairness, accountability, and ethical governance. So these expectations are consistent across academic fields, showing a shared awareness of AI societal impact. So in summary, the next generation is not anti-AI, they are pro-responsibility. So key limitations: the sample lacked broader demographic diversity and relied on self-reported perceptions. The study was cross-sectional, so it cannot track how trust evolves over time. Finally, the context was academic, meaning findings may differ in professional environments. Future research should explore longitudinal data and compare trust levels across industry sectors. And also, work might be done. Work might be done. Please, previous slide. Also, work might be done on reliance on stated preferences.
Beta, are you Masood Amran Samuel?
Generalizability. Sorry.
Is it your? Are you Masood Amran Samuel?
No, I'm Jareen Akhtar Salvi.
No, we are not. We are number 3, I guess.
Yes, we are number 3.
Okay, Abu Sayyid Manimur Rahman.
Yeah, this is my team. Yeah, she's presenting.
Yes.
Okay, number 3. Okay.
Okay. So And also work might be done in the future on reliance on stated preferences as well as context specific generalizability, because in our paper our insights are tied to AI for climate action, not in healthcare or other sectors. So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for having patience. So now welcoming for any questions.
Thank you. We can have the next presenter, please.
Thank you, ma'am.
Let's move forward with our next participant. It's Ying Wang, University College London graduate, independent researcher, University College London, alumna, Bentham House, English Gardens, London, University College London, Camden, London, UK. She will be presenting the inadequacy of EU competition law in addressing the risks of algorithmic pricing.
Participant, are you here? Okay, so moving further, next we have Akhilesh Kakade, advocate, High Court of Bombay, and his topic is copyleft and contract enforceability of open source licensing under Indian and comparative law. Sir, kindly give your presentation. Are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah,
Am I
yeah.
visible?
Yes, sir, you are visible. You are audible, but your screen is not visible currently. Earlier it was.
Okay. I'm just sharing the presentation. I hope is it visible?
No, it's not visible yet.
There's some issue with my this thing. Yeah. Okay. It is saying that I have to leave and rejoin because I took permission from settings to share. I'll just try once again. Is it visible now?
Yes, sir, it is visible now. You can
Yeah.
proceed now.
Yes. So, good afternoon, everyone. I am Advocate Akhilesh Kakade, practicing advocate, Bombay High Court. So, I've been listening to all the topics, and there's diverse interesting topics. So, my topic is copyleft and contract enforceability of open source licenses under Indian and global law. So, is the next slide visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir,
Okay.
it's visible.
Yeah. So, starting with the introduction, open source software allows anyone to freely access, use, modify, and share code. I'll be finishing in 5 to 7 minutes. I'll quickly run through my paper. So, basically, what is copyleft? Copyleft licensing is a specific kind of open source licensing. It gives users freedom, but also places a key obligation. If you distribute modified software, you must also distribute it under the same open terms. So legally, open source licenses are hybrid instruments. They rely on copyright law and also contract law. This is to grant permission and impose conditions, and they operate just like contracts. So in India, there are no judicial precedents related to the OSS, which is open software source software, and copyleft. But this is the key gap in my paper. Moving ahead, the core problem is the absence of judicial clarity in India. So as there is no legislative exactly that copyleft is not in Indian law. So basically there is section 30. Copyright allows conditional licensing under section 30, and violations of conditions can amount to copyright infringement. So we do not know whether courts will treat a GPL. So GPL is a general public license. So whether it is a contractual breach, a breach of licensing conditions, or it is a copyright infringement. So this is the major problem. So there is lack of clarity. My main research objectives are to examine whether open source and copyleft licenses are enforceable under existing Indian laws, which is the Copyright Act, the Contract Act, and the IT Act. The second objective is to compare India's position with jurisdictions such as the United States and Germany. So I've compared with some case laws of the US and Germany. The third one is to propose judicial, legislative, and policy reforms. I'll quickly skip methodology. It's a doctrinal research and a comparative research. I'll go to what exactly the concept of copyleft is. So there are two types of OSS: permissive licenses and the copyleft licenses. So permissive licenses allow softwares to be incorporated into proprietary projects without requiring to derivative works to remain open source. The copyleft whereas mandate that all derivative works and redistributions preserve open source status under identical license terms. So going ahead, I'll go to the Indian legal framework. So the Copyright Act, the Section 2O, it deals with literary works. So the rights associated with such as reproduction, modification, and distribution are listed under Section 14. Then Section 30 permits conditional licensing arrangement. Then Indian Contract Act has provides for unilateral offers and further non-monetary consideration. Then IT Act Section 10A provides for electronic contracts, including click wrap and online licenses.
Sir, I will request you to kindly conclude your topic because we have limited time. You're supposed to adhere to the time.
Yes. So let me quickly go to the key findings and the recommendations and conclude. So first, the Indian statutory law theoretically supports enforceability of copyleft licenses. The Copyright Act, Contract Act, and IT Act together provide a complete legal basis. Second, India lacks judicial decisions. And the third is the international courts have consistently recognized copyleft obligations as enforceable copyright conditions, but the Indian courts have not.
So, just one question to ask here: whether the general contract, which is available from Section 71 to till 70s, that will be applicable, or special form of contract provisions will be applicable?
I think the general contract provisions will be applicable, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes. Now going ahead with the recommendations, the first is legislative recommendations. Parliament should consider amending the Copyright Act, explicitly addressing the open source licensing and clarify how license conditions operate. Then judicial recommendations. Courts should recognize that copyleft obligations, such as the requirement to share source code, constitute copyright conditions. Violation should lead to automatic termination of the license and potential infringements. Third is policy recommendation. Guidelines should be issued by the MeitY, Ministry of Electronics and IT, and relating open source, and there should be some training programs. So I'd like to conclude. Copyleft transforms copyright into a tool for ensuring freedom rather than restricting it. India already has strong statutory framework, but it lacks the judicial interpretation. So there should be clear amendments to the acts, and the guidelines must be issued. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Please, the next presenter, quickly.
Next is Anturani Majumdar, research scholar, Amity School of Law, Amity University, and her topic is Artificial Intelligence and Labor Law, a comparative analysis of Indian and international approaches to justice. Ma'am, please proceed.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but you're not visible.
I'm trying. Am I visible? Am I visible? Am I visible?
No, ma'am, you're not visible.
Okay, I think I cannot switch on my camera because whenever I'm just moving to some other corner of the screen, the phone is automatically getting muted. Okay, so I won't be able to. I think share the video. Means I cannot show myself. Is it okay?
But at least you can show your PPTs.
Okay, that I am trying. I have mailed you the PPT already. Can you please show from your side? Because it has already been mailed to you. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Can you show it? Because I have
Yeah.
mailed you
We
my
are.
PPT. My name is Onturani Mojumdar. I have sent you the PPT. I
Yes,
think
ma'am, we are
2-3 days back.
trying. Yes, ma'am, we are trying. Till then, you
I'm
can
trying
start
from my
with the
side.
till
Yeah,
till
that
then you
I
can
am
start with the presentation. We are trying to upload your PPTs. Okay.
okay.
Ma'am, please start. Your PPTs are visible.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Am I audible right now?
Yes,
Am
ma'am,
I
you are
audible?
audible. Yes, ma'am, you are audible. You can
Okay,
proceed.
thank you so much. Yes, thank you so much for your cooperation, ma'am. Very good afternoon to all the dignitaries present over here. My name is Onturani Mojumdar and I am a research scholar of Amity University, Kolkata. My topic of presentation is Artificial Intelligence and Labor Law, Comparative Analysis of India and International Approaches to Justice. To start with the PPT, I would like to say first of all, labors are the labor, and thus the labor law is a very important for the society and for the world itself. With this statement, I want to continue my presentation. The introduction should be like that AI in technology has itself is a automations and a machine learning process, and they influence recruitment and other performance of different sector of the industry. And also the AI is not only incorporated to labor sector, and also it is incorporated to other sector as well. So we know the basic importance and the good and bad side of the AI. We almost all of us know about it. But today in my PPT, I want to show some aspect of the labor law and the artificial intelligence, and comparing the labor law and the applications of AI with the other international approaches that we have. The uh, next slide, please. Hello. I
Hello. Yes. Please continue.
Okay. Can you just move the next slide? Okay. the impact of AI in labor market. If I want to highlight this, that AI has, it has become threatening to the job. As you know, the increased AI applications, there is recently we have seen that at TCA there was a huge layoff. So we can say that AI is a kind of threatening to the job market. There are gig economics platform which has been expanded, and lack of adequate legal protection is there. And AI, we know that there is a AI, there is an algorithm which is totally controlled by AI, but there is my point of discussion over here that we do not have any sufficient law to give justice to the labor. And if I consider labor, so we also can highlight here
Mamji.
all the
Please conclude, dear. Please conclude.
Okay, so I want to just highlight few of the international approaches that the justice has taken place in different worldwide. European Union, the AI Act has regulated high risks of AI's system, and including employment AI. And in United States sectors, specific guidelines are there, but in India we do not have such guidelines regarding AI. That is the main topic of discussion, and I have made a comparative study related to AI laws in India and also the other nations. And my recommendation for this kind of problem or the situation that we are going through are to create an dedicated AI and labor regulated framework, and to make that law mandate an algorithm transparency and audit, and to expand legal recognitions of gig and platform workers, and to integrate ethical and AI standard into workplace governance, and making the law more strong, and so that the digital literacy and the worker awareness take place, so all the workers of all the sectors become aware of the laws of that related to AI and other algorithm problems that can be that can be resolved by the different laws that can be taken place, that can be make through the through this by comparing our law with the other nation, and take some initiative and incorporate the best laws from the other nation, and we make some changes in our law, so that the this kind of situation that we are facing due to the lack of law can be adjudicated. Thank you. uh, I think I am done with my PPT.
Yes.
Do we have any questions from judges' sides, or we can proceed?
No, please proceed. If I wanted to ask, I will ask in between.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
So next we have Dr. Pranav Ranga and Mr. Rahul Mehra, Assistant Professor and Research Scholar, University, Maulana, Ambala. And they will be presenting how AI tools challenge traditional methods of legal interpretation, a comparative analysis with Indian context. So please proceed further.
Hello. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes,
Yes,
please
sir,
start.
you-
Yes, you are audible. Please start your
Yes, sir, you're
presentation.
audible.
Oh, okay, I'll just share my screen.
And please switch
Open
on
your
your
camera.
camera as
Open your
well.
camera.
Hello.
So your screen is visible, but you are not visible. Please turn on
Hello.
your camera.
Okay. Okay. Just
Sir, I guess you have logged in from your phone.
Yes, ma'am.
So you just switch on your camera and start with your presentation. We are sharing your PPTs on the screen.
Okay, ma'am.
I request other participants to please switch
Hello.
off their audio.
Am I visible, ma'am?
Yes, sir, you are visible, you are audible.
Okay.
Please
Okay.
proceed. We have shared
Okay.
your PPTs.
Okay. So my topic of presentation is how AI tools challenge traditional methods of legal interpretation. That is a comparative analysis with Indian context. So can you move to next slide, please? Yes. This is the abstract of my presentation, that AI promises efficiency and accessibility in judicial processes, but it challenges constitutional sensitivity and moral reasoning in India. So basically my study compares India with US and European experiences to propose a hybrid ethically guided model. So basically my study is to compare the moral to compare the India with the US and European experiences. Please, next slide, please. Yes, so I have made these two of the statement of problem in 2 slides. First of all, that is in basically in India, AI in law enhances efficiency, but it struggles with these are the problems which AI struggles with. It definitely enhances efficiency, but it struggles with, first of all, empathy. There is no empathy. And then secondly is moral reasoning, and then constitutional sensitivity. Then after that, next slide, please. Yes. And then that is nascent AI adoption in judiciary. Over reliance on precedents may reinforce past biases and opacity and lack of transparency. So these are the problems which AI is facing in judiciary and in legal interpretation. So there is no empathy, there is lack of empathy and all these problems. And so basically the main objectives of my study are to analyze AI's impact on on legal interpretation in India, then to compare it with US and European Union, then identify limitation, what are the limitations and risk involved in the AI in judicial processes and interpretation, then to propose the recommendations for ethical AI adoption. These are the objectives of my study. So AI enhances judicial efficiency but cannot replace human faculties. So definitely AI can be used as a tool for judicial efficiency, but it in no way it can replace the human faculties. So what we need is a hybrid model which combines both AI assistance and human oversight. So both these are things are necessary. Then the AI model can be adopted. Then after that, in Indian context, if I talk, then interpretation rooted in constitutional morality and purposive construction. So in legal interpretation in India, that is rooted in constitutional morality. And if I talk about some of the landmark cases like Keshavan Bharti case, the Tej Singh Johar case of Section 377, and Puttaswamy case, which is for right to privacy. In these cases, AI alone cannot do judicial interpretation. So there was a need of constitutional morality and purposive construction. So we need a hybrid model which includes both human and AI. Next slide, please. And then we have some tools for artificial intelligence like SUAS and SUPACE. Then in that also there are some challenges regarding the data quality, language diversity, and ethical concerns. So these are some of the problems or challenges which these softwares or AI tools face. So next, if I compare it with the United States, there is a tool which is Ross Intelligence, that is more efficient legal research is possible through that. And then there is Compass, which is racial bias controversy in criminal sentences. So these are some tools which are biased if I compare it with US. Then
Please conclude, Pranav.
okay, ma'am. Next slide, please. Can you shift to second last slide then? Okay, these are the case studies. So if I can conclude, can you move to conclusion? So if I conclude that AI can improve efficiency and access to justice, but must be limited in interpretive functions. So a regulated hybrid model ensures AI complements so human judgment while preserving constitutional integrity. So both a hybrid model is required, then a legal interpretation is possible, and justice will be fully served, including AI and human mind. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Next, we have Maitri Shel Patel,
Yes,
PhD Research Scholar, SDRI, JLS University, Ahmedabad. She will be presenting Reimagining Copyright Governance in India, Legal and Ethical Challenges in the Age of Artificial Intelligence. Ma'am, please proceed further.
Okay, so I am visible, I am audible, and my slide is visible, right?
Yes, you're visible, you're audible, and your screen is also visible.
Okay, fine. So I'll start. So good evening to one and all. As ma'am rightly announced, the title of the paper is Reimagining Copyright Governance in India, Legal and Ethical Challenges in the Age of Artificial Intelligence. Now, as an introduction, I would like to share some points that why we selected this topic. It's because AI is transforming creation, distribution, and ownership of content. Even copyright law in India, which is existing since 1957, was not designed for AI-generated works. As well as there are new digital realities nowadays, which includes algorithmic creativity, massive scraping of online data, blurred authorship, cross-border infringement. So there's a need for governance-oriented, not just law-oriented reform. Copyright has seen a long journey of evolution, if we can see in India, which has begun from 1957 Act, which was human-centric, expression-based, and focused on originality and authorship. There are two major amendments in the Copyright Act 1957, which was in 1994 that recognized computer software as well as the performers' rights. 2012 amendment actually recognized the digital rights management, stronger author royalties, PIPO, WCT as well as WPPT compliance. International influences have been of Berne Convention, TRIPS, WCT. Now, the judicial contributions were from the iconic cases, which the most important cases were of R.G. Anand versus Deluxe Films, which was about the idea expression dichotomy. D.B. Modak's case, which
What was the
focused on
citation of this case?
Citation, yeah, I actually forgot to actually incorporate it in the slide. Yeah, it was just hold on a second. Yeah, so basically, ma'am, it's a 1978 case. Actually, because of lack of a bit of space, I actually forgot to incorporate the citation.
It's
Generally,
okay.
it
It's okay.
doesn't
It's
happen
okay.
with
Please
me.
continue.
It
Please continue.
happened. Sorry.
Now moving on to the next portion is the AI disruption. Now the main points is that AI challenges all the traditional copyright assumptions. Like who is the author? Is it the programmer, user, or machine? Second, what is originality when AI is able to recombine millions of works all together to create a unique work? What happens when AI is both the creator as well as the infringer? AI models often trained on copyright datasets without consent, and in its style imitation, moral rights violations happen too. Now, there are several global approaches to AI as well as copyright. I have considered European Union, United States, United Kingdom, as well as Japan. European Union has come up with EU AI Act 2024, which is based on risk-based regulation as well as transparency duties, DSM directives, which expresses TDM exceptions with opt-out mechanism. United States strictly is based on human authorship requirement. It also focuses on fair use, still which is unsettled for AI training. United Kingdom, it has a much narrower approach, avoids the broad TDM exceptions, but still it has come up with its own. It recognizes computer generated works to some extent. Japan is very AI friendly, where broad TDM exceptions for machine learning are considered. India's current legal position, along with its current challenges, basically. So there are no statutory recognition for AI-generated works. Originality still requires human creativity. AI outputs often are unpredictable. No TDM exceptions, legal ambiguity in AI model training, platform liability, and as well as enforcement challenges. There are no currently dataset transparency, auditing, as well as ethical guidelines for that. Copyright, data, and privacy intersections. Now, it's because AI training uses both copyrighted works as well as personal data. DPDP Act of 2023 regulates personal data but ignores non-personal data, training data sets. There's a lack of clarity on consent for scraping, rights of the creators, as well as data set provenance. So that's why there's a need for integrated governance which combines copyright, data protection, as well as competition. There are ethical challenges like bias and discrimination that are embedded in training data. There's a lack of transparency in data sets and model outputs. There are moral rights concerns. There are concerns about automation versus human dignity. Cultural appropriation is also needed. There are certain policy gaps and institutional challenges as well. Now, what lessons can we actually have from the global models are? There are some key takeaways for India, like from European Union, we can definitely learn more transparency,
Please conclude,
incorporation.
Please conclude.
Yes, these are some of the conclusions that we can have from these countries. And we can have doctrinal reforms, institutional reforms, technological reforms, licensing reforms, as well as we can focus more on ethical governance. Yeah, so that's all from my side. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Yes, the next presenter, please join.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Jarvi Joshi I'm a PhD scholar from Dehradun, from doing my PhD in AI and IPR regarding from the Uttaranchal University. And my topic is the extension of my previous presenter, and it's on AI and copyright, rethinking IP. Is my screen visible? Hello?
You are audible, you are visible, but your PPTs are not visible.
Okay, just give me 1 second. I forgot to share the screen. Is the screen visible now? So my topic is AI and copyright, rethinking IP laws. It's the extension of my previous presenter. So regarding my topic, the paper I focused on, there are three major challenges that AI has brought in the IP laws. That is first authorship, and second is ownership, and the third is accountability. Like regarding the AI generated content, who would be the author if any new AI generated content would be there, or who would be the legal creator of the ownership, and who in terms of infringement, who would be accountable in terms of AI generated content. The second, the navigating the new creative landscape, as AI is the new thing and it has infiltrated in every part, in every sector, so as in the law as well, and especially in the IP sector, because which has been traditionally been the most human centric. So now it has infiltrated in the IP sector regarding that AI creates content with the most minimal human assistance, just a little bit of prompt, and you can get as your desired result and edit it accordingly. And it is also challenged the traditional copyright, which previously required just human assistance, but now it requires the AI is helping the humans to create anything that they want. So now it has created a huge gap regarding the traditional copyright laws. It has complicated the originality, infringement, and derivative work. So it has AI models have learned on the data set that is already existing, that could be the
So
copyrighted.
any law is there for combating, what is AI doing along with the
So currently India is forming an AI law regarding this, but it has still also not have brought on any kind of thing to present in the Indian perspective or Indian framework, because it has been waiting on the global level about what are the other nations are doing regarding the AI generated copyright laws, so that it can help to maintain a global perspective as well as maintain their individuality as well in the Indian framework.
Okay.
May I continue?
Yeah.
Okay, so my research objectives and questions in this paper would be, it's critically examine the challenges posed by the AI to copyright laws. The second would be analyzing the case studies that illustrated the legal and ethical dilemma of AI generated work. And the third would be the comparing international regulatory framework approaching concerning the work generated by AI. The paper addresses the following question. The first would be, the AI generated work can qualify for copyright protection, because sometimes AI is autonomously create its own work, even hardly requiring any minimal human assistance. So whether it could be eligible for copyright protection or not. Second is, for infringement of copyright work, who shall be responsible? It could be the AI, or the person who has given the prompt, or the developer who has or the coder who had developed the AI, or the multi-million corporation who has funded the coding and everything regarding the said AI. The third would be, for permitting AI contents with human authorship, what would be the legal requirements? So the evolution of the intellectual property can be found from 600 to 500 BC, especially where in ancient Greek it has been properly mentioned that in ancient Greek there was.
Please, beta, no interest in listening to evolution.
Okay.
Just come to the modern challenges and just conclude. Yeah.
So these would be the three legal and ethical challenges of AI: authorship and originality of the AI generated work, how the training data of the AI models, and liability and ownership regarding the AI generated works. These are the three major core problems that the AI has created in the current intellectual property laws. So the global perspective is, the United States has currently completely said that the human authorship is required and no AI generated work or just solely AI generated work can be given copyright. European Union also requires human intellectual efforts. Japan has balanced between technology and human efforts, and India currently has no protected laws, but it has been waiting for the global cooperation regarding what their stance would be, and so that they could also create their own, balancing the global perspective. The key case studies regarding this is Zari of the Dawn, where the graphic novels.
Please conclude, Charvi.
Okay, so the future could be regarding the AI and IPs is the balancing innovation and AIP by defining human intervention, how much of a human intervention would be required for protection and how much would not be required for the protection of the AI generated content. Compensate the creators regarding the AI data models, and whoever copyrighted contents are being used for the training of the training on the AI models. So compensating those creators properly and fairly would be a must in this, and harmonize harmonized globally, because AI is a global thing, and anyone can infringe any other copyrighted work from anywhere in the world. So harmonizing globally IP laws is required, and implementation of the regulations. That would be my perspective on the future of balancing AI and IP laws. Thank you.
Thank
Is
you
it
so
okay?
Yeah. Thank you so much. Next, we have Shivani S., student, School of Law, Jain University, Bangalore.
Miss Shivani, are you here? So we are proceeding further.
We have next participant, Miss Heli Desai, student, Gujarat National Law University, and she will be presenting Balancing Innovation and Protection Intellectual Property Governance in the Online Environment. Ma'am, please proceed.
Audible?
Yes, you're audible, you're visible, but your screen is not visible yet.
1 second.
Last presentation was of Charvi, na?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, now my screen is visible?
Yes, it's visible.
So, good afternoon to everyone. I am Heli Desai. Today, I am presenting my paper titled Balancing Innovation and Protection Intellectual Property, Property Governance in the Online Environment. We are living in a digital era where creative content is reproduced and shared at an unprecedented speed. Piracy today happens through torrents, streaming portals, IPTV boxes, encrypted apps, and even decentralized and blockchain-based system. This creates a serious governance challenge, that how do we protect creators' right without undermining innovation, digital freedom, or public access to knowledge? This question forms the core motivation of my research. I'm not going into research questions, but my objectives of my study is to examine is India's current copyright governance system equipped for digital era challenges? How does India compare with the US and European Union model? And what reforms are necessary to strike a fair balance between the right protections, innovation, and democratic access? The present literature also suggested that there is a need for balanced and technologically aware regulatory approach. Digital piracy has evolved in stages. Early platforms like Napster were centralized and easy for courts to shut down. Then come BitTorrent, a fully decentralized architecture that removed any central point of control. Today, piracy thrives through illegal streaming portals, IPTV devices, and blockchain-based file sharing. This system replicate continuously, meaning that content
Please
reappears.
continue evolution छोड़ के आगे चलो बेटा.
Okay. India relies on two main structures, the Copyright Act that include fair dealing and anti-circumvention clauses, and the IT Act. However, actual enforcement in India is shaped by judicial motivation and innovation. Key judgments are also suggested that lack of statutory clarity creates uncertainty and due process concerns. We see two contrasting international models. US, a reactive system based on notice and takedown with strong safe harbor. It promotes innovation but risk takedown misuses. And European Union, a proactive model requiring upload filtering and platform accountability. It prevents infringement but risk algorithm censorship. India lies between these two, neither fully reactive nor proactive, but also without clear unified legislation. My analysis identifies four major findings. Piracy persists despite blocking because infringing sites instantly reappear. India's enforcement system is fragmented, reactive, and heavily code-driven. The absence of a standardized counter-notice system risks wrongful censorship. Startups face high compliance uncertainty, which discourages digital innovation. To address these gaps, I propose the tiered intermediary liability model tailored for India. It means different platforms get different responsibility based on what they do. Tier 1, that is ISPs. These are internet providers. They only carry data, so they should get stronger protection from liability. Tier 2, hosting and cloud services. They store user content, so they must follow notice and counter notice, be transparent, and remove content when required. And Tier 3, big platforms like YouTube, Meta, OTT apps, this influence millions of users. So they should use proactive tools, keep audit records, and publish enforcement reports. The idea is simple, that the small platforms should not face the same burden as big companies. This protects startups while ensuring big players are accountable. Uh, uh, to conclude, a sustainable copyright future for India requires balancing protection, innovation, accessibility, and digital rights. India now has the opportunity to build a system that is not only reactive but future ready and technologically aligned with the modern digital.
Please conclude, beta.
Yeah, that's it from my side. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Mr. Mahesh S., Head of Department, School of Law, Kristu Jayanti, Bangalore, Karnataka. And he will be presenting the role of AI, artificial intelligence, in the Consumer Protection Act of 2019.
Okay. Good afternoon, ma'am. So I'll take only just 5 minutes. So my good afternoon, chairperson, and good afternoon to everyone present here. So I'll be presenting my topic on the role of AI in the Consumer Protection Act 2019. As we all know that nowadays we all purchase the goods from Zepto, Amazon, and lot of things. So what we basically see that most of the products what we buy, it might be having a certain kind of defective products, because we see the picture which is depicted on that, and we try to tempt to buy the certain kind of things by seeing their advertisement. So under the Consumer Protection Act, we have this one policy called as we have one statutory body called as Central Consumer Protection Authority, and it also makes sure that whenever there is any product which is deceptive or defective in nature, so it comes under the product liability. So it would be very useful that the AI should be there in monitoring the digital marketplaces, where automatic grievance handlings also should be taken into consideration. So we are having a Central Consumer Protection Authority, and we are having a product liability. We have a separate new chapter which is added under the Consumer Protection Amendment Act of 2019, and we also have a e-commerce accountability and transparency measures. So when we see this AI in product liability, we have predictive analytics to identify defective products, automated monitoring and counterfeit goods, and supports early product recalls and risk detection. So basically we are seeing that nowadays in the Amazon or in any of the certain kind of advertisement. Just I'll give an example of one of the company called the Noise company. When we open the portal, so we basically see like, okay, only 10 products are remaining, only 5 products are hurry up, so limited offer. So these are the kind of things what nowadays we are seeing in the portal. So what is basically happening, it is tempting the buyers to buy the product, so that product will not be available tomorrow. So it is the human tendency that we try to tempt to get certain kind of offers or the deals or the coupon, something like that, and at the end of the day what we are doing, we are purchasing the product which are not according to the manufacturing standards, and certain of the unauthorized sellers. So it is always we have to make sure that there should be some intermediary to check all such kind of defective products which are sold in the market. But basically when I go to offline shopping in the market, so the price will be like certain kind of the prices will be like 1,000-2,000 rupees. But when I see it in the online Flipkart or whatever the thing is that app, so I basically see that price is 500 rupees. But there is someone person who is selling it from Delhi, Mumbai, or whatever the thing is that. So the shopkeeper will be there and he will be sending me the certain kind of the defective product. So basically the persons are unauthorized sellers are there, counterfeit products we are getting, automated consumer complaint handling is not available, enhanced fraud detection through transaction analysis also we are not able to find. And here we have to make sure that how the CCPA is going to tackle unfair practices, and especially the advertisement and misleading contents are also more earlier when physical things, advertisement standing council of India should also be taken into consideration when they are when the such kind of things are taken into consideration. So the what we are facing the challenges is now there is a bias in algorithm, and data privacy and security issues are should be taken into consideration. There is a lack of transparency in AI system reworks and need of ethical AI frameworks. What we are basically saying is that whatever AI is taking the human beings rather than human beings should take AI. So the key recommendations what I can suggest is that adopt ethical guidelines, strengthening data governance, ensuring human oversight in decision making, and use regulatory sandbox in AI testing. So basically there should be a foolproof systems where we can ensure that the consumers are not getting any such kind of defective products, and they should not go behind the consumer commission or like online dispute resolution mechanisms or the mediation, taking it for a longer time. The last one is that AI enhances consumer protection under Consumer Protection Act 2019, supports transparency, especially accountability, and who is going to be held accountable. Amazon or some other company saying we are not accountable, it is the other third party who is selling the product. And also the safety should be taken into consideration when we are using the products through the when we are purchasing the products from the online, and must address ethical and legal concerns for fair implementation. So this is my topic which I want to present. Yes, ma'am. Hello.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Next, we have Pinky Range. Miss Pinky Range, Assistant Professor, Set Mangalchand Chaudhary Government College, Abu Road, Sirohi.
Ma'am, are you here for your presentation? Okay, so now we are
Next.
moving further.
Now we are moving ahead with Mr. Alexander C. and Dr. B. Venugopal, Research School of Law, WellTech, Rangarajan, Dr. Saguntala Institute of Science and Technology, Avadi, Chennai, and Professor in Dean School of Law, WellTech, Rangarajan, Dr. Saguntala Rangarajan Institute of Science and Technology, Avadi, Chennai, and they will be presenting regulating online platforms, impact of online harassment and hate speech on women's participation in political activity.
Am I audible now? Hello.
You are audible, but your
Yeah.
voice is not clear. Actually, there is so much sound from your background.
1 minute, ma'am. Is the fan on? Hello. Yeah, now it's clear, ma'am.
Now it's better.
Yeah.
You can proceed.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alexander, and I'm a research scholar from WellTech School of Law. I'm presenting today on the topic of regulating online platform, the effect of online harassment and hate speech on women's engagement in political activities. So, for the
there is a lot of disturbance.
no, I'm
Your
using
voice is
headphone.
not audible.
No, ma'am. Hello. Hello.
Hello, now it's okay.
Yeah. So for the past few years, my work has centered on how online platforms have become spaces where women's voices are systematically silenced through harassment and hate speeches. So this research is deeply personal to me because I believe that democracy is incomplete when half of its population cannot participate without fear. So the question I've been contending with it's simple but urgent thing is how can we truly regulate online platforms when the laws we have treat all harassment the same, gender abuse operates differently. When women's report harassment, their experience are often trivialized when they are attacked. It's not just about ideology, it's about their gender, their appearance, their right to exist in public discourse, etc. So the first thing we are focusing on is digital democracy. The internet was actually envisioned as a space of equality and democratic participation, where every voice could be heard without barriers. But women's voices are collapsed in this internet platform nowadays, and lot of harassments, hate speech, and target abuses are happening, especially for women. And online trolling, defamation, and sexual violence threats are some of the tools which are powerful tools happening against women. And a recent meta-analysis which states that 80% of women reported online harassment that made them to report against them. And even men are criticized for what they think, then women are attacked for who they are. That's the difference happening here. And I mean, based on their appearance, gender, and identity. So based on that, they are attacked. And over 60% of women change their online behaviors to escape online abuses to protect themselves. And this online abuses and harassment or silencing women, like it creates fear and mental damage, and it creates self-censorship, and it also discourages leadership quality of women. And by spreading false news, this will make them to take away their legitimacy. And the next thing is so the added problems or recognizing to reclaim their digital democracy. This problem should be identified and addressed, and they should find some solution for this. And the internet environment should be friendly with everyone, so that the future leaders should be evolved. So my conclusion is democracy loses inclusivity when women are silenced. Today I want to walk you through the nature of this challenge, the failures of current regulation, and
Sir, please conclude.
Yeah, I'm on the conclusion only. The urgent reforms needed in platforms, laws, and culture to make this vision real. Thank you for your time and attention. Thank you. Hello. Hello.
Yes, organizers, please join the next participant.
Thank you so much, sir. Next, we have Shivani S., student, School of Law, Jain University, Bangalore, and she will be presenting technology transfer as an engine of global equity, the increasing innovation, industry, and socio-economic progress. Ma'am, kindly proceed further with your presentation.
Ma'am, actually, I'm traveling, so can you please help me changing the slides? Hello, ma'am. Hello. Hello.
Ma'am, we don't have your PPTs, so we cannot share it. Please share your PPT and start with your presentation. It is fine.
Okay. Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, is it okay? I have shared the PPT, ma'am. So can I just explain it like that only?
Yeah, you can do so.
Sir, please display my PPT, sir. Hello. Okay. Sir. Just a minute. Just give me a minute. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to one and all present here. I'm Shivani from School of Law, Jain deemed to be University, and I take this privilege to present on technology transfer agreements. So first and foremost, I would like to explain what is technology transfer agreement. So these, as its name suggests, are the agreements that facilitate the transfer of technology and dissemination of technology from the firms that possess the various unique technologies. So this is in the interest of global innovation to strengthen. So these it ensures that the various thank you. The various technologies are transferred to the various nations and the third world nations who actually are in crucial need of such technology transfers. Next slide. Next slide, please. Yes. Know-how. So know-how is this integral concept of technology transfer is where the various processes of usage of materials is being transferred, and it ensures that the other firms are well aware about the methodology and the usage of the transfer of the technology that is transferred. This is to ensure equity and fairness in the concept of intellectual property. Next slide. Yes, models of technology is the next part. So we have the various models in technology, vertical and horizontal model, cross-border models, south to north border. So vertical means in between the similar wings, horizontal in the similar wings, vertical among different departments in the management between the lower and higher managements. And the south to north is similar to vertical arrangements. So the various types of technology transfer agreements are licensing agreements as laid under compulsory licensing of Article 30 and 31 of the TRIPS Agreement and Section 84 of the Indian Patent Act. So these licensing agreements in the arena of intellectual property are extremely essential so that the essential technologies are given licenses to be used by other technologies. For example, the Microsoft licenses, where when the license being taken by educational institutions, it can be used for various purposes for students and academic scholars. The next is about the collaborative research agreement, consultancy agreements, academic spin-off agreements, and contract research agreements between universities that facilitates research and development between institutions and the students. So it fosters the development in education and employment and ensuring the profitability of the third world nations and least development countries, which is the primary objective of the TRIPS agreement. Coming to the next slide is about the process of technology transfer. So when we speak about the process, first and foremost, there is can you please display the next slide? In the process, we have the various technology that is being specified by the original users. There is a new idea or invention that is intellectual property protected. It is licensed and commercialized for public use and economic growth and for research and development. Thank you. Next slide. The legal framework. The International Conventions on Technology Transfer Agreement is Article 7 and 8 of the WTO Agreement of TRIPS Agreement for transfer and dissemination of technology. So this is the main aspect read with Article 66.2 of the TRIPS Agreement for encouraging research and development practices. The next aspect is about the technology adoption, industrial diversification, and modification of the agreements so that the knowledge transfer is between the development and developing nations or the nations that are willing to accept the foreign nations technology or the countries that are transferring the technology to the other countries. So the other provisions are in the next slide. So also the WTO agreement on the SCM agreement on countervailing measures also facilitates the transfer of technology, especially in the area of climate change, which is also addressed in the COP30. The next international framework is the General Agreement on Trade and Services. It is the GATS. No, it is in the previous slide itself. Yeah, the GATS, where it is on the Agreement on Services, where technology transfer is also in the arena of services. Next, we have the Nagoya Protocol that ensure and equitable sharing, so that the developing countries who do not have certain expensive technologies are given the essential technologies so that they can also be socially and economically strong. The next is about the WIPO development agenda, recommendations 24, 25, and 26. The World Intellectual Property Organization emphasizes on fair and equitable sharing of technology agreements. The next aspect is about domestic legal frameworks. Next, can you please display the next slide? Domestic legal frameworks in India include licensing agreements, joint ventures, government-to-government transfers, foreign direct investments, research and development collaborations. As we know, special economic zones like Visakhapatnam ensure 100% FDI attraction, so that the technology is also taken from the other countries and given from our countries to them, especially in the arena of climate management, agriculture, textiles, and other industries. In government-to-government transfer, it is the transnational transfer from national governments of different countries. Joint venture agreements are in the multinational companies where different companies come together and exchange their technology. Example in patent
Ma'am,
holding.
please adhere to the time limit and
Yes.
please conclude your topic.
Yes, ma'am. Next slide. Yes, ma'am. I will finish it soon. Global equity and definitions. Next slide. Global equity is the main aspect for technology transfer and ensuring there is no high licensing and royalty fees, and also managing the digital divide. Next slide. We have a technology transfer agreement as a global equity impact to attract global equity funds. As example in the case of NASA and CRISPR. So the next slide is a example is about the COVID-19 technology transfer agreements between Pfizer and Bharat Biotech regarding transfer of technology regarding manufacture of vaccines. And importance of technology transfer is for socio-economic benefit and capacity building in developing nations. Next slide. The case studies is about the Google Stanford PageRank and the NASA technology, where there have been joint R&D agreements worth more than 10 billion. So there is pharmaceutical, agricultural, and many other IT sectors also that emphasize on technology transfer. The challenges include the ambiguity in ownership and litigation delay and high cost, where the medical divisions, which have excessively highly paid medicines, as we see in NATCO versus Bayer case, it is very difficult to access such commercialized medicines. So it is important to give this such protected medicines to LDCs like Africa and Somalia. The next aspect after critical analysis is the recommendations and policy reforms. We require a fair, yes ma'am, the next slide, thank you. We require fair licensing and FRAND terms, which is fair and non-discriminatory terms in standard essential patents, like standard essential for AI-driven cars, for USB devices, for 2G and 4G technologies, as laid in Ericsson versus CCI of India. The next slide is about the policy reforms. Transparency, ethics, and incentives must be managed for integration of new technologies like AI in order to maintain equitable transfer of technology and capacity building and local innovations across the world. So global equity is the main aim of technology transfer agreement, as also laid in the TRIPS agreement. So the next slide, concluding my seminar, the next slide about conclusion, I would like to state that technology transfer is a powerful tool for ensuring equity in the national and local level and maintaining a sustainable development, sustainable and inclusive process. Social inclusion is ensured by technology transfer agreements by transferring expensive technologies to the least developing countries, and it is important for inflow and outflow of new ideas and innovations for the development of economies across the world. So the various technology transfer agreements, its kinds, its case laws are extremely essential to be understood for understanding this very concept of technology transfer agreements, and wherein we convert the innovation into prosperity. The next slide, where I have cited my sources in Australia citation. So I conclude my seminar by this point that the TRIPS agreement ensures global equity through technology transfer agreements. Thank you very much for this opportunity. And please forgive me if I had crossed the time limit. I also convey my gratitude to the organizers for the kind coordination. I will be more than happy to answer any questions posed by the audience. Thank you. The next slide, ma'am. Thank you. I conclude my seminar with the next slide of thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next we
Thank you
have
very much,
G. Next we have G. Ponmani, Assistant Professor, Department of Law, Saraswati Law College, Tindivanam, Tamil Nadu, and they will be presenting leveraging artificial intelligence for enhanced cybersecurity, strategies for threat detection and risk mitigation.
Please start.
Ma'am, are you here?
That, I also thank the
So we are
moderator for
moving
the kind
further.
coordination.
Ms. Shivani, please switch off your camera and your audio. We are moving further with our next participant.
Mr. Jitendra Yadav, Associate Professor, ILSR, Mangalyathan University, and he will be presenting the use of legal technology in investigating and prosecuting white-collar crimes.
Ma'am, he is also not here, I feel.
Yes, ma'am. We are proceeding further.
As we conclude today's session, I would like to express our deepest gratitude for. As we conclude today's session, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to our distinguished guests, Professor
Excuse
Dr.
me, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am. Ma'am, I am Payal Datta from West Bengal.
Yes,
I am
ma'am.
a paper presenter in number 16.
But we have announced.
Sorry,
16.
ma'am, I can't audible.
Okay, ma'am. Now you can present.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. I hope I am visible and as well as audible.
Yes, ma'am, but your
Sorry?
PPT isn't here.
Ma'am,
sharing the screen?
I have already sent the abstract as a PPT yesterday.
So you are presenting for G. Punani.
Sorry? No, I am Payal Datta.
Acha, Payal. Okay.
Payal Datta from West Bengal. Should I start now?
Yes, please start.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Before I begin, let me introduce myself briefly. I am Payal Datta. I work in Chandrapur College from West Bengal as state-aided college teacher in Department of Philosophy. The title of my article is AI Double-Edged Sword, Unlocking Potential Navigating Risk in Today's and Tomorrow's World. Well, I would like to begin my presentation by highlighting the objectives of my article are, firstly, to understand the transformative benefits of AI. The article highlights AI's advantages, including enhanced efficiencies, data-driven decision making, personalized services, and innovation acceleration. Secondly, to examine the challenges and risks associated with AI adoption. The article discusses concerns around job displacement, bias and fairness, privacy and security, and accountability. Thirdly, to discuss the future implications of AI. The article explores AI's potential to address complex to global challenges like climate change, healthcare disparities, and sustainable development. Fourthly, to advocate for a balanced approach to AI development and deployment, the article recommends promoting transparency and explainability, addressing bias and fairness, concerns prioritizing privacy and security, and fostering collaboration among policy makers, industry leaders, and civil society. My methodology in this article are secondary analysis. So I am not extending my sessions anymore due to time constraints. Thank you so much everyone for giving me this opportunity. Thank you respected chairperson ma'ams, and thank you IPM institution's entire team. Thank you so much. Excuse me, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Do you have any doubts or anything? As we conclude today's sessions, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to our distinguished guests, Professor Dr. Shipra ma'am and Dr. Poonima Gupta ma'am. Thank you for inspiring us with your wisdom, your experience, and your commitment to academic excellence. To all the participants, thank you for your energy, your questions, your presentations, and your dedication to learning. To our professors, organizers, volunteers, and technical teams, your efforts are the backbone of this event. Thank you all for making this conference meaningful, impactful, and memorable. Before we part, I want to leave you with a simple yet powerful thought. Technology is the engine, law is the steering wheel, and ethics is the brake system. Without balance, no journey is safe. We, the future legal thinkers, hold the power to shape how humanity interacts with innovation. We are the guardians of digital rights, the protectors of privacy, the defenders of justice in a tech driven world. Let us rise with courage, let us innovate with integrity, let us regulate with responsibility, and let us lead with a vision that merges progress with principles. The future is not something we wait for, it is something we create. And today, in this conference, we begin creating it together. Thank you, everyone. Wishing you all growth, wisdom, and endless inspiration. We will be starting a validatory session soon around 4:30 p.m. So kindly stay connected. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Can you take a picture with the cameras on?
Yes, ma'am, for sure.
For sure.
I think Shipra ma'am has joined.
I request everyone to please switch on their cameras.
I think I am not able to able to open my camera. Okay, just wait. Yes. Can you see?
No, ma'am, you are not visible.
Oh my God, what happened? I don't know what is happening. Remove the error and restore. I think, chalo, you can take like this. I'm not able to start your video.
Okay, thank you so much. Please switch off your cameras and stay connected. We are starting the validatory session soon.
Okay, fine, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, thank the moderators, the organizers for the coordination and helping with the PPT, ma'am. Thank you.
पगड़ी सेशन is going on. It's a introduction दे दिया कहाँ पर लिया क्लास में लिया पगड़ी पिलाकर.
सही है.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Am I visible also?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Should
All
I
participants are requested
start?
to get connected. We'll be connecting shortly. It will hardly take 2 minutes.
Simran madam, should I start my address?
So just 1 more minute and we'll be starting.
Sure, sure. Please let me know.
Am I audible to you all?
Yes.
Am I audible to you all? Or is there any technical glitch? My voice is clear, right?
Yes, it's clear.
Am I audible?
Sorry for taking it so long due to some technical glitch. We are facing a issue. Am I audible to you all right? Just do let me know with a thumbs up.
Yes, you are.
Welcome back to all the dignitaries, guest speakers, participants, and last but not the least, team law. It's a privilege to welcome Professor Dr. Alok Verma, Dean, School of Law.
आज ही वैलिडिक्टरी कर दे रहे हैं फिर ये 2 दिन का कैसे बोल रहे हैं अपना कॉन्फ्रेंस हाँ इसमें भी लिखा हुआ है जो वो
Alok
डिस्प्ले
Verma is
कर
a distinguished academician and currently serving as a Professor Dean, School of Law, RV University, Bangalore. With over 18 years of academic and industry experience, he has served the key roles at GLA University and Amity University. He has published 20 plus research papers, articles, book chapters, and books, and contributed as an advisor and editorial member for several national and international journals. A sought-after speaker and trainer, he has delivered expert sessions for government and corporate bodies and presented over 50 papers. His research interests include taxation law and ADR. He holds a PhD in ADR and received the World Environment Day Award in 2024. Sir, we request you to kindly take us to the valedictory session. So kindly turn on your mic, please.
Okay, just a second. My mic is unmute. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Am I audible clearly? Okay. So I just repeat my speech and distinguished delegates, honored guests, scholars, and friends. As we gather to close this enriching international conference, we stand at a remarkable intersection of ideas, disciplines, and possibilities. Over the past sessions, we have explored how law and technology, two forces often seen as opposite, can in fact work together to build a future that is ethical, inclusive, and innovative. Today, technology is advancing faster than our traditional legal framework can respond. Artificial intelligence, automation, digital identity system, and cross-border data flow challenges not only our institution, but also our values. Yet this conference has shown us that with thoughtful dialogue, interdisciplinary collaboration, and global operation, we can shape regulation that protect rights without stifling innovation. We have heard pioneering research, debated complex ethical dilemmas, and shared diverse perspectives from different jurisdictions. What unites all of us is a common belief that technology must be governed not only merely by what is possible, but by what is responsible. So, as we move forward, the real task begins. Let us transform our deliberation into action, drafting better policies, designing safer systems, encouraging human-centric innovation, and ensuring that the digital future belongs to everyone, not just a few. The world is watching leaders, researchers, and practitioners like you to guide the next chapter of law technology evolution. On behalf of the organizers, IPM Law Academy, Tara University, and including the RV University also, I express deep gratitude to our researchers, speakers, panelists, participants, and volunteers who made this conference a meaningful and grand success. Your contributions have enriched not only this forum, but the broader global dialogues on technological governance. Let us leave with renewed commitment, stronger networks, and a shared purpose and vision to build a future in which innovation thrives within the framework of ethics, accountability, and justice. Thank you, and I wish each one of you continued success in your endeavors. Let this be not an ending, but the beginning of greater collaboration and thinking. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for such remarkable words. It is the privilege of entire law faculty, and department to welcome Professor Dr. Rajeshwari Deswal from the Faculty of Law, University of Delhi. Professor Dr. Rajeshwari Deswal is a distinguished law professor at University of Delhi. She has published 8 books and several research articles in leading law journals. A resource person at several judicial academies and administrative training institutes, she is often invited as legal discussions by the Doordarshan and Sansad team. Professor Deswal has been actively involved with the Department of Legal Affairs, Ministry of Law and Justice in spreading awareness regarding 3 new criminal laws, and is also credited with publishing first 3 textbooks on the 3 new criminal laws. We request you to kindly share your concluding insights with us.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Can you see me? I've switched on the camera, but okay, I'm with. So now, am I visible?
Yes, ma'am, you are visible.
All right. Okay. So thank you, Simran, for the kind and elaborate introduction. It's a privilege to deliver the valedictory address on the occasion of culmination of this day-long international conference on law, technology, regulation, ethics, and innovation, organized by IPEM Academy, Ghaziabad, RV University, Bangalore, in collaboration with Uttara University, Dhaka, Bangladesh. So to begin with, I would like to congratulate the organizers for organizing this conference on a theme which is extremely pertinent. Although when we talk about the concepts of law, technology, innovation, ethics, regulation, it seems as if these are certain disjointed aspects. But the way your themes have interwoven all these aspects into one cogent whole, and in order to understand how these concepts intersect with each other, I'm sure there must have been very engaging deliberations throughout the course of the day that must have given you enough food for thought for the coming days. And I'm sure that these deliberations are going to lead to some very good publications and further research also in this area. I would also like to express my views on this topic. To begin with, when we talk about law and technology, see, since our childhood, we would always hear that science is a good servant but a bad master. So when we talk about technology and especially the way it intersects with law, we have to understand it with a pinch of salt. And not only technology, in contemporary times, we also need to deal with artificial intelligence. See, the way law is taught, the way law is learned, the study and understanding of law, with the help of artificial intelligence, you can sift through volumes of data in a single minute. But the problem is that although it can collect the data, sometimes it can leave out certain important aspects. And then what is even more important is that AI cannot contextualize the data. So human oversight is non-negotiable when we are dealing with technology. And then if we talk about integration of technology in areas such as when we talk about dealing with traffic violations or cases relating to consumer affairs, still maybe we can use AI to deliver judgments. But for matters which are more complex, such as civil litigations or criminal matters, AI cannot be allowed to take over, especially because we also know that in AI, there is a tendency to hallucinate. There have been instances wherein what has happened, that AI has self-generated certain judgments, okay, those judgments, they never existed. So those judgments, they were quoted by lawyers, and in US, those judgments, they were also quoted by the judges. Okay, so sometimes it can lead to a very unfortunate scenario wherein people, they are not clear. Okay, unless and until you are extremely thorough with your area, with your discipline, with your study and research, it can be very embarrassing at a later date. Then, when we talk about ethics, innovation is something that we need to encourage, but not at the cost of compromising with ethics. So legal regulation is a must, and at the same time, the regulation must also not overlook the ethics that are closely involved in every such aspect. See, nowadays, with the takeover of technology, what has happened that there are many crimes that have been enabled by the usage of technology. So when we talk about stalking, now there is an online stalking which involves online monitoring of your activities. There is voyeurism, there is morphing is there, and the most common is digital arrest. See, every law person needs to know that arrest involves physical touching, physically when you are taking a person into custody. So how can that take place digitally? But because of so much information and at the same time misinformation, that is like everywhere around us. So due to this, what happens that sometimes there is a lot of confusion, and this lack of clarity that prompts even the most learned of people to sometimes fall for such frauds. So this is the information age. For a law person, it is very important to segregate what we call as correct information from misinformation, as we put it, to segregate the grain from the chaff. I'm sure conferences like this one that has been organized by these 3 leading law institutions, I'm sure this is something which will go a long way in spreading information, in creating awareness, and in generating lawyers who are more comfortable with the correct, ethical, appropriate usage of technology. So once again, I congratulate the organizers and thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such informative and insightful words. Now comes the most exciting part of the day, and that is the declaration of the Best Paper Award. And for the same, I request Professor Dr. Yogesh Kumar Gupta to kindly announce the results, followed by the vote of thanks.
Now time of review of your international conference. Declaration of Best Paper Edition Award. This is to declare that one Best Paper Edition Award along with cash prize has been selected from each of the 4 technical sessions over the conference. All research presentations were evaluated by the respective technical sessions chairpersons of the respective sessions. We are pleased to announce that the Best Paper Presentation Award is cash prize from each technical session. From first technical session, Best Research Paper Presentation Award goes to Mr. Junaid Malik, Scholar, Department of Law, Aligarh Muslim University, Aligarh. And from second technical session, the Best Research Paper Presentation Award goes to Mahesh S. Bhutasar, HOD, School of Law, Mr. Jayanti, Dean to the University, Bangalore, Karnataka. And from third technical session, award goes to Amita Kataraba, LLM students, Army University Bengaluru, and P. Vansika, P. Vistika, LLM student, Karnataka State Law University Bengaluru. And from technical session 4, award goes to Miss Chandani Sharma, Assistant Professor, Government Girls College, Pitlu, Mount Rajasthan. We congratulate all the awardees for their outstanding scholarly contribution and excellence in research and design. Thank you so much. And now I want to give vote of thanks on behalf of IPM Law Academy Ghaziabad. I extend my sincere gratitude to all the distinguished speakers, guests, and participants who have contributed to the success of 6th International Conference on Law and Technology, Ethics, Regulation, and Innovations. We are deeply thankful to our chief guest, our esteemed guests of honor, and our valedictory session speakers for their insightful and inspiring addresses. Your perspective has truly enriched this conference. A special thanks to our respected Secretary, Sir, Mr. Nupam Goyal, and our Executive Director, Professor Dr. Sugandha Goyal, for their continuous support and engagement. I would also like to express our gratitude to our Dean Academic, Dr. Swan Chaudhary, for their leadership and guidance. Our gratitude extends to all session chairs, researchers, presenters for their valuable contributions to the technical session, which form the core of today's deliberations. In heartiest acknowledgement to our members, local members, faculty members, technical teams, and our student volunteers, whose dedication and hard work ensured a smooth and successful conduct of this conference. We are also thankful to our collaborating institutions, Uttar University, Dhaka, Bangladesh, and Army University, Bengaluru, Karnataka, for their partnership and support. Finally, our deepest gratitude goes to all attendees, clinicians, and participants from India and abroad. Your presence and engagement made this conference truly meaningful. Thank you for joining us today, and we will forward to welcoming you again to our future academic events. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir.
So here comes the end of the International Conference of the Day. A heartfelt appreciation to all the participants, guest speakers for spending their time out, and guests for making this international conference a grand success. And last but not the least, IPM Law Academy and its entire fraternity to contribute for the same. Thank you so much. Requested to kindly leave the meeting.